Thank you very much. I am not member of the European Parliament, but the European Economic and Social Committee. So, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you very much to Cooperative Europe to organize this meeting here in the House of Civil Society in European level. European Economic and Social Committee is an institution created in 1957, and so it's one of the first institution created to promote the participation of European citizens in building the European Union. Here in this house we are 329 members coming from the 27 countries of the European Union, and we work on the legislative process in European level. And so here in this house we done a lot of work about social economy, about competence, for example, only about social economy in the INT session, internal market session. We realized more than 20 opinions in the last 10 years. We start in the 2011 in the framework of social business initiative, and we have created, we have approved the last opinion on the Council recommendation for social economy. In this time we propose more than 20 opinions, but also in the other section, for example, in the SOC section about citizen and employment, we have created some opinion on the role played by social economy to promote competence. And again, on the economical issue, we are creating more opinion about social impact investment, about regulation on the banking sector, or cooperative banks. And so there's a lot of work that we do here for support the social economy development in Europe. But I am also member of CECOP, and I'm president of CECOP. And so also in the movement, I am part of the movement in the cooperative sector. And also for us, we work a lot to support the competence. For cooperative, and first of all, workers' cooperatives, that is represented by CECOP, the competence is the main important issue because it's the workers and the member that need to have competence to develop our enterprises. And so education and training and lifelong learning is very important issue for us because we are in front of a huge challenge in Europe, but not only in Europe, because there is a transformation really important, not only about green transition, digital transition, but also social transition. And so we need to create the condition to support our member, or people, or worker, or member associated to face the change that we need to promote. We ask also in our opinion, the last opinion on a social economy action plan in recommendation, we asking for the European institution and for member state to invest more in education about social economy. Because it's not only to have a specialized learning on the master degree, for example. In many universities there is master degree on cooperatives, on social economy. In Italy, for example, there is almost 3 universities that invest in master degree for social economy or cooperative. But we need to invest in whole educational policy to introduce a specific attention for social economy. What kind of knowledge and innovation on knowledge we need for our member? The first is a knowledge for technological innovation with great attention for digitalization and putting the value of mutuality at the center of the digital economy. The second is knowledge about social innovation, because we cannot involve our people in the green and digital transition without social innovation. We need to increase acknowledgement about financial innovation, because we need to use new instruments to support, to support the investment on financial instrument for specific social economy organization. In some countries, we had some specific instrument. For example, in Italy, we had the fund created by the mutualistic law for cooperatives, but also one specific instrument to invest in worker buyout. And I think it's important enlarge this kind of instrument in European level. The last is knowledge for meaning innovation, because everyone knows the technology innovation, the innovation on the process, on the production, but now we need also to promote meaning innovation, to change the means of the thing that we do. So this is necessary to capture the potential for innovation, joint to the potential for cooperative to promote democracy in economy. And so we trust on typical mutuality from cooperative to be able also to promote a new digital mutualism. Whole economic sector is changed by the digital transition, and we need to change also the cooperative approach, the social economy approach to digital innovation. It's not only to talk about, for example, cooperative digital platform. We are realized one opinion specific about the digital platform in cooperatives, but it's to promote the cooperative as the first, and the second is the technological infrastructure. And so we need to maintain this kind of attention and this competence to promote more democracy also in digital era. Thank you very much to be here in this house, and I hope it is a very good day for everyone, and good work, good day. And I give the floor to the chair now. Thank you very much.
Did you know that even today, most new entrepreneurs still operate based on the industrial age principles? We need to find fresh ideas and to change our approach to business, as well as to pay closer attention to community values, democracy, and sustainability. So, how do we break out of this loop? And what do we need to create a truly social economy? Everything starts with education. It shapes how we think, work, and even do business. If we're serious about making change happen, we've got to start with educating our future innovators differently. And there is no need to completely reinvent the wheel. There's already a great amount of educational material out there. We should shift, though, systematize, and expand what we have. To do that, we could bring together students, teachers, and entrepreneurs to co-create new material together in a dedicated collaboration space. The material would be created by the people and for the people. Of course, another crucial step would be providing other educators with the right tools and resources to create their own innovative courses. Finally, we'd have to bring all those materials together to create a holistic educational approach to the social economy, which would be freely available to everyone in one place. And that's exactly what the Social Economy Forces project is doing. It provides an overview of the current social economy education landscape with mapping reports and country analysis, as well as its own new international master's course on social economy and development strategies, co-created with students and entrepreneurs in so-called living labs, but accompanied by a wealth of tools and reports to facilitate the co-creation of new social economy teaching materials. And as a central hub, a wiki knowledge base that bundles all social economy educational materials, and that is free and open to everyone. Look, the social economy isn't just about jobs. It's about bringing real benefits to communities and people in need, and caring for our world by putting the common good first instead of prioritising personal gains. We're the first generation that is really paying attention to our planet's health, and probably the last who can truly make a difference. We've got a chance to team up, work towards change, and help the social economy flourish. Would you like to be part of that too? Follow our work and join the community.
Hi. Hello, everybody. I will be your moderator for this first workshop where we will be talking about the educational needs of social economy to launch debates to see to what needs we're responding through this whole day of conference. So we're a bit setting the scene. What do the actors need? What do they want? We have a great panel here. So first we will have a presentation by both Professor Valérie Fournier and Georgios Kokkinidis. They will have about 15 minutes to set the scene of what the research has showed about what are the needs of social economy actors. And then we'll have a discussion with our panelists. So we have Cornelia Grosser from European Commission DG Employment. We have Agnès Matisse from Cooperatives Europe, Daniel Sorosal, Secretary General of FEBEA, and Eleni Bledsta from ANCA. There, sorry. Okay. We also will have some Slido questions for which Peter Jan will explain us how to answer them more concretely. But first, we'll have the launch the presentation. Yeah. Perfect.
So I invite you all to go to slido.com or just scan the QR code that you can see on the screens. And then in a minute, we'll show a few questions that you can answer.
I'll be a bit drastic with timing, so 1 minute before the end of your time. Well, you heard.
Are you starting?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll share the mic because mine doesn't seem to work.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we start?
Yes, go ahead.
Let's wait a minute and everyone is connected. Give us a few minutes, and in a minute we'll show the questions. And as soon as everyone is connected, we can start. 1 second. So first question is already available. So if you're struggling to log in through the QR code, just go to slido.com on your phone and fill in the number that is shown beneath.
You have time to answer because we'll look at the answers after the presentation. So. So the speakers can start, and we look at the answers afterwards. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Yes.
I'm on the slide.
So, okay, until we sort about the slides, my name is George Kokinidis. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Essex in the UK. And it is very nice to be here and present in front of you about our work. Also, I'm presenting in this first workshop with my colleague.
I'm Valérie Fournier. I've been working on the project since the start. I'm an independent researcher, but working under the banner of FEBEA.
So the first workshop is about the educational needs of the social economy, and we thought to start with presenting a little bit about the work we have done so far and our key findings. So if we can move to the next slide. Yeah, cool. So here we can see, like, throughout the last 3 years, we have done a series of activities prior to the development of the actual materials for the master program. And these activities included a desk-based research that we did across different countries, where are the partner universities in the project, and also France was the 5th country. Once we did an initial understanding of what are the current provisions, for which we found that in some countries these programs are more prominent than in others, but in general we could find immediately that a lot of the programs are very generic and they are lacking focus, and very often they come under the banner of the social entrepreneurship rather than being more exclusive towards cooperative management or social economy and so on. We then did a kind of mapping of these existing programs at a master level, where we found that most of the programs, they are using traditional approaches when it comes to the pedagogical methods. There are very few that they do use kind of co-creation activities as well, but in the majority of them they're using more traditional methods. And then by reviewing all these existing educational and training programs, and by conducting interviews also with all the key stakeholders, that includes educators, students, and also social economy actors, either through face-to-face or through Zoom one-to-one interviews or through the workshops that we did, we found that there is a need for diversifying both the methods that we use in terms of how we deliver materials related to the social economy, but also we needed diversity in terms of the pool of students that we have. Yeah, no, it's very, very briefly. And the other thing that was very important, it was this idea of diversifying the methods, the teaching methods that we use. And from our findings, it was very clear that there is a very strong appetite when it comes to collaboration between students, educators, and social economy actors, and thinking about how we can strengthen, if you like, networks between the different stakeholders, and also how to involve more the social economy actors within the programs. And we're not talking just about the delivery of a lecture session, for instance, which is easy to happen, but actually how you can involve them more in the designing of the program. That was super important. Then we can move maybe to the next slide. We have this. So when it comes to the key findings from our research, the first challenge that we identified was this idea about developing essential skills for running a social economy organization. And there was quite a lot of emphasis about this idea of balancing between hard and soft skills, and a lot of the discussion with talking to educators and social economy actors was about how you can balance between practical skills and also kind of theoretical knowledge. So there was this kind of discussion around, okay, we need to know better how to manage resources that we have available. We need to know better about how to do basic day-to-day operations, from even balance sheet. But also we need to know better about how to think about developing strategies for growth or issues related with sustainability, how you communicate the impact that you have as an organization, how you talk with local councils when you have to apply for funding opportunities. So this kind of more practical skills, but at the same time balanced with a kind of more theoretical knowledge around issues like democracy. So what is workplace democracy, how it will be in practice, the importance of non-hierarchical structures, the importance of consensus decision-making, for instance, thinking about things like political economy, social value, and so on. These were also super important. And then the other thing, it was about how to develop sustainable partnerships. So there is one thing to talk about collaboration between the different actors, but how this will look in practice, again, how that will be sustainable. And that, I think, is one of the biggest challenges, because you need there to think about institutional support and maybe institutional legitimacy for what you do. You need to think about the infrastructure that you need to have in place so that you can foster this kind of collaboration over time, and then dedication when it comes to the resources that you have available. The biggest challenge, I guess, is that of the resources. And by resources, I'm not talking just about financial resources, but also time. Do you have the time to have this kind of collaborations and partnerships between universities and social economy organizations? And you can do some sort of partnership and start establishing collaborations through the methods that you use in the program. So a lot of discussion was around experiential learning as well. So how can you create this kind of connection between university educators, students, and also social economy organizations? For example, how you can involve students into mini projects with social economy organizations. This is something that some universities already have in place. I mean, in the place that I'm working on, we have a module that is on cooperative management, for instance, where we try to connect students with cooperatives, and they do projects that actually directly speak to the needs of these organizations. Shall we move to the next slide? So I'll try to keep it very short, and then I'll pass to Valerie. So
no, it didn't work. Oh, it's not working.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah, the other challenge that we found was this kind of disconnection between social economy values of community development and local embeddedness on the one hand, and higher education's common detachment from their local environment. And there, very briefly, I will say, like, what we were thinking is important here is to think about how you can bring together local actors with universities and the research that is happening in universities. So this is something that it's easy to say, more difficult to do, I suppose. And you need to think about how you can also create, if they are not already in place, solidarity support networks. But in general, the idea here is that you need to think about how you will involve the social economy actors within the programs that we have, and how these social economy actors, they will have a say in terms of the actual educational materials that we create and the programs, both in terms of what issues are important to cover, what skills we need to develop. And as I said before, you can do this through either mini partnerships when it comes with students, but also bigger projects perhaps where academics are involved with social economy organizations. Again, the last thing I want to say is, like, this cannot happen unless there is some kind of institutional support. Otherwise, it will only be like one-off where, okay, I have a personal initiative and a personal interest, but we need to move beyond the idea of academics having personal interest into how you can institutionalize this kind of partnership and support. Valerie?
Okay. Not working? No.
Give it to me.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next challenge that we found in when we explored current provision on social economy education. Did you hear? Yeah, I don't need to repeat, thank you. So something else that we found is that whilst of course values of inclusiveness, diversity, fairness, equality are central to the social economy, they're not always well reflected in social economy programs, both in terms of the audience, the student body that it attracts, and in terms of the content. So there's a strong feeling among the people we talk to that social economy education should be strongly grounded in the principles, the values that have defined traditionally the social economy, which is fairness, equality, diversity, inclusiveness. But these values should be better reflected, and programs should be more open, or should open themselves to a variety of audiences and to different teaching methods or different ways of teaching in order to attract these different students. So this greater openness to the way the social economy is taught and to whom it is taught would encourage greater diversity and greater inclusiveness in social economy education, which would reflect the value of the social economy, but would also increase the visibility of the social economy within the broader population. So the idea would be almost like deconfining, if you want, social economy education, so that it's no longer targeted at just people who work or want to work in the social economy, but it should be part of a broader, and I think that sort of resonates with something that Giuseppe said earlier. Social economy education should be something that should be much broader. For example, and we found some examples of practices, existing practices, or at least suggestions of how it could be broader. It could be brought to secondary schools. Also, social economy education, or at least material on the social economy, could be included in all sort of programs within universities, not just programs on social economy, so case studies, material, whatever. There were also suggestions or existing practices that would mix audiences. So, for example, social economy modules or materials could be presented to a public sector management program or to a sort of standard MBA, etc. So I think there's a strong suggestion that social economy education, if it wants to be more inclusive, and reflect the sort of diversity which is supposed to promote, but also for it to be fitter to adapt and to be more innovative, needs to attract different audiences and make itself visible to different audiences by going through, secondary education, by trying to propose material. And I guess the programs that we have developed could be modular. So some of the materials, some of the modules could be included in programs which are not specifically about the social economy, but would make the social economy more visible and more attractive. And that would also foster, encourage more innovative practices, again, to go back to a point that Giuseppe mentioned earlier. Because there was maybe some point suggested by some that social economy could have a tendency to be a bit introspective, and broadening the diversity of its audience would sort of also make it a bit more open, a bit more innovative, and make it, or equip it with skills that would help it adjust to different environment, to different challenges. So that's one thing, trying to adapt to different, or trying to attract different audiences. Another point, which goes back to something that George said, is in order to attract different audiences and to reflect diversity, not just in the audience, but also in the content, you also need to vary or to broaden the sort of methods and ways of teaching that you use in social economy education. So that really goes back to the notion of using more, maybe different teaching method, maybe different mode of delivery. Okay, thank you. But also using pedagogical methods that would offer social economy organization and students the opportunity to shape the material so that it would be more reflective of the sort of different concerns that they may have. So I think broadening up social economy education, not just in terms of students' body, but also in terms of who decides what should be in a curriculum, who decides what the concern, the issues are going to be, is something that is quite important, and goes back to something that we'll probably talk about quite a lot today, the sort of pedagogical methods that we use, and using more innovative and more participative teaching methods, where it's not just the educators who decide what should be in a curriculum, but students may come with their own concerns, and the curriculum adjust or develop in concern with their own ideas. I think I'll stop on that one, otherwise I won't have time. Another concern or challenge that we found, have you moved the slide? Yeah, I can't see. Okay. Sorry. No, it's fine. I'm almost there. Yeah, something else that is important in designing social economy education is the attempt to reconcile the social and the economic. An existing program, I mean, I guess all existing programs do a bit of both, but there's maybe a tendency to emphasize one rather than the other, which is a bit of a shame, because by focusing on just one, or maybe on one more than the other, you avoid the sort of tension and complexity of what is involved in managing social economy organization. For example, the complexity of resolving tension between, say, managing democratically and facing market pressures. And it's only by putting students in situations where they do have to face and negotiate these conflicting measures that this is my reminder.
Sorry.
And here we're going back to innovative teaching methods where students are, through various experiential opportunities, put in real situations where they do have to manage the possible tension between the social and the economic. So it's not just about having a bit of social, having a bit of economic, but also being put in situations where the two may be in tensions and have to be reconciled. So these are the various challenges that we found in existing programs and various suggestions that were made to address some of these programs, and hopefully in the international master's program that we've developed will address some of these tensions. But one of the big challenge, the final one, can you move on? We don't have it. And that's something, I'm jumping ahead probably to the fourth workshop here, is can we resolve these tensions? Can we address all these challenges within the current institutional context of higher education, where market pressures or commercial pressures or bureaucratic rules may make addressing some of these concerns a bit difficult? But I'm jumping ahead here to probably the sort of thing we'll talk about in the fourth workshop. So I think I have to stop. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this insightful introduction and presentation of the main results. Just to start, I would like to have the first, I would like to see from the panelists how these information, these research findings, how do they resonate in your experience? And what is the most urgent aspect you think should be tackled? I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes for this first round. And perhaps we can start with Eleni.
I didn't expect that coming. So, thank you, Sarah. Personally, I represent...
Micro.
My mic. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yes. Great. So I represent, let's say, the field of the social economy, the social economy organizations here today. So what my personal experience has shown so far is that there are people that are engaged in social economy initiatives, and they do know which challenge to address, which need needs to be addressed and how, but they do not necessarily possess this knowledge that enable them to successfully deliver an entrepreneurial initiative, especially the one that embodies the values and the principles of social economy. Another thing that comes to my mind based on my experience is the fact that there are several people engaged in social economy organizations that come from diverse backgrounds, that is either very social, either very financial, let's say. So there's, let's say, a challenge here, not necessarily a gap. I would say that diversity sometimes, or most of the times, is richness and not an obstacle to my eyes. The issue is how do we bridge these different parties? How do we bring the social background closer to the financial background? Apart from the very specific context of a social economy organization, if I may, there is an issue of citizenship when it comes to education. We talk a lot about education and how the universities can actually educate the next generation of social economy entrepreneurs, but I think it's also an issue of citizenship. If we have this notion within us, then it comes more naturally to understand that in order to be an active citizen, you need to feel the changes within society. You need to understand what are the needs that need to be addressed, and then you find the way towards addressing these needs. Pardon me, because I really do not enjoy when it comes to references to ancient Greece, but I will. I'm Greek and I need to make a reference here. Aristotle used to say that the person that is not engaged and really actively involved in addressing societal needs is an idiot. In the term as we use it today, idiot is someone that it's not intelligent enough. But in ancient Greece, idiot was the person that had no interest in society. So I think that what needs to be cultivated in all levels of education is the notion of citizenship first, and then the rest will follow very naturally. I think that was my reminder.
And I always love it when there's a bit of philosophy in panels, so thank you for that. I will continue. I have the same questions for, I would say, organizations from social economy on the ground. Agnes, you want to start? I mean, representative of European.
Yes. Yes, I'm Agnes Matisse, working for Cooperatives Europe, which is the European organization representing cooperative, whatever the sectors of activity is. I would like to start by reminding a little bit the context in which education and social economy is going on. And I think we can be happy, in fact, because if you compare the situation now to 10 or 15 years ago, at least now we speak about social economy, even if it's not the way as satisfied as we would like to. But for example, 15 years ago, cooperative, if we are students in the law, were not even studied, or it was said that they would not be asked during the exam. So, of course, most of the students were not studied. So we were really in a no man's land regarding social economy and education. Now it's better, simply because there is also an interest in sustainability, in caring for the society, and maybe citizenship as well, as you described. But we also think that this interest in sustainability, including in business model, bring us in front of new type of actors that are not from social economy, but that are having the goal to act like a business enterprise, but with a social goal for the environmental. So we have new type of actors that are very attractive for the student and for the citizen. I'm talking here about, in France, we have a big network developing currently, les entreprises à mission, meaning enterprise with global sustainable objectives. We have the big corporations. So in fact, it's new actors that are also interfering in the education curricula, whatever the country is. So regarding our members, the information that we get from them is, of course, that there is a lack of knowledge about cooperative and more globally about social economy. I mean, I'm opening an open door here, but it's true that there is a lack of knowledge. And I like very much when you say that you can see the social approach or the economic approach, because currently it's really there is a gap between them. It's not approached all together. And in fact, you have on one side the social economy interest and then education. And there is a gap in between. And that's a role that we have to fill in front of that. And I like to give the example, I think it was in November that there was the European Education Summit. And there was a specific panel discussion about an education for active citizenship. And not a word about social economy, not a word about our enterprise, without, the first actor regarding that. So I think, yes, we need to improve the situation. We have to be aware of the context that is currently going on. And we have also to try to invest in all the tools that are currently existing and suggested already.
I'll give you another 30 seconds.
30 seconds, thank you very much. It's terrible, this, you know.
I know, but it works.
but it works, so social economy efficiency, you know. So to use all the tools that we've got, like, for example, the Entrecomp competency framework, which is a framework set up at the European level, which describes the main let's say, quality or skills that you need to have to be a real entrepreneurs. No mention of any social economy values in there. So we have to invent this tool. Good? Good. Thank you.
Daniel, how do you react to this first finding?
Okay, let me restrict myself by taking the financial perspective because we represent in the end financial actors. If it's difficult to promote the social economy in the wider economy, imagine in the financial world it's much more difficult. But I do think that we are in an interesting position in the sense that there's a new generation that is worried about the future, that is worried about the planet, that doesn't necessarily always agree with, let's say, the existing paradigm of maximization of shareholders' value, basically greed. I was listening to a podcast last week that said that greed is the main motor of the economy and is failing. So we have that opportunity, and the question is, how do we connect the dots? And many of the things that Valerie and, sorry, the professor, I don't remember his name, but were saying did resonate with what I was going to say later, in that we need to connect the dots in ensuring that this slight paradigm shift that is already happening naturally enters into the educational system or even the citizen value system gradually and early enough, so by the time we need to recruit a CEO for a bank, we don't need to do what we do currently, which is actually take someone who's not a banker. Because it's the only way to ensure they will apply a logic that will not be this mainstream logic of the market. So if you look at our members, many of the CEOs are no bankers. There's something else. And that's what makes it work. But this is a kind of this grow your own policy that is kind of in the end short-sighted. But what we need to have is someone who went through a number of steps in its educational career where there was a mention of cooperatives in secondary school, there was a possibility to do an internship somewhere else, there was a master's program or something else, and there was a partnership between social economy actors and educational actors that actually brought a spark in his mind saying, actually, this could be my future career. So I think we are in an interesting a situation, but we need to increase the visibility of the social economy, which is kind of twofold. In the end, it's considered old. It's been around for a while. But at the same time, it's very relevant to the new. So we need to somehow remake it a priority for people who actually want to work for the, let's say, common good in general, reminding them that many of the tools they are trying to reinvent already exist. So we don't even need to invent anything. It's already there. We just need to make them know, train them, and make them use it and experience it for the first time so they can consider it actually a normal path rather than the alternative path. I don't know if that's enough.
That's perfect.
Okay.
In time, too. Thank you. And now maybe, Cornelia, from the Commission's perspective, how do these findings resonate?
Thank you. So I like very much what I've heard so far, and I think it really promises a very interesting morning. I would start with something else. What I find very challenging is that, in fact, that skills needs, as you all know, are not static. So they are permanently evolving. They are in constant transformation. And so needs to be the training and education offer that addresses these needs. So the education and training materials need to be adjustable to the different realities of social economy. And also, it is also important the moment or the timing of, can you really access the learning opportunities and formats that you need at the moment when you are in that situation. So this requires dynamic learning opportunities. And my question was, well, how can higher education institutions respond to this dynamic challenge? But I've heard already there are some interesting approaches. As we all know, there are many different forms of learning. We see from feedback from young entrepreneurs, and when they ask about what helped them to acquire the knowledge and the know-how to solve a problem, to run a business, that it was through networking and peer learning opportunities, and they consider them as effective and efficient. And what is the feature of networking and peer learning? It's a dynamic, so it means there is a dynamic learning environment tailored to the needs to the immediate needs, and I mean this feedback from the young entrepreneurs, they come from the Youth Entrepreneurship Academy Youth Entrepreneurship Policy Academy, which is an activity, a capacity building event run by the European Commission together with the OECD. And when I looked at those materials, I see that many things which are there are not only relevant for young entrepreneurs, but they are also relevant for social economy, and from that, I think we could look also more closely at the skills that need to be developed for entrepreneurship in mainstream economy. Many of them, we know, are relevant also for social economy. But I think we need to focus also on what is on what social economy actors need to know and learn on top of that. And here it was already mentioned. I mean, we have the feature, the participatory and democratic governance and the caring of the common good. And I would be happy to hear more on that during the panel.
So yes, now let's dive a little bit more in the real skills that we need. I'll start now with Agnes and Daniel afterwards. As employers and representatives of social economy organizations, what are the specific skills? And I mean, Agnes can talk more about the cooperative perspective, and Daniel, of course, the financial. What are the specific skills that you see lacking the most? And is there a difference between those who undertook social economy curricula or not in the skills gaps? 4 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry for the mic. I was trying to gain time, but no. I think regarding the specific skills that we not to be lacking regarding the cooperative curriculum system, it's of course linked with our specificities. And I will say the first maybe issue where we see that sometimes the education curriculum doesn't fit with cooperative is when you are addressing all the issue about governance of the company. Because it's mainly such a specific organization that is linked to our democratic values that we sometimes tend to have some managers that are not very much aware of the way it works. I mean, theoretically and concretely, and that it's something that it can have an impact on, for example, simply the reactivity of the enterprise. Because in the cooperative enterprise and social economy enterprise, you've got a lot of time given to the consultation. And usually, when you are in a business world, you tend to want to react very quickly and lacking a little bit the time to consult your members that are the owner of the users of the enterprise. It's also an impact on when you are thinking about including new technology in the governance system. Because the fact that we have so much members and that we have to try to have them involved in our activities make the relation with the new digitalization a little bit more complex than it could be. It's also impact the way that we communicate with the stakeholders of the members. We don't address clients, we address consumers, members. So in the way you communicate, it's totally different. The same way for the worker cooperative, because the workers are the members of the cooperative. So the negotiation phase is quite different, which might raise an interesting question with trade unions, but that's something else. So you see on the governance, linking with communication skill, management skill, and also the knowledge of the relation that you have within the decision process, it has an impact. There is also the impact regarding financing, because our finance is not structured, well, you may talk about this, so I will keep 1 minute more and give the floor to Daniel for that. But I think the mention of Giuseppe with the financial innovation is very much important in there. And you have also all the HR policies, which are a bit specific because we have some values to be taken on board regarding the situation of the worker, to take care of their issues and values. That's also very important. And maybe a challenge also regarding education and social economy is the social economy is very broad, very large. You've got big companies, you've got small and micro enterprise, and sometimes very difficult to address an education that will cover all this large scope of the cooperatives. Are those who study in social economy better equipped? Yes, of course they are, because they are aware of. Good news. Good news. I mean, you were afraid that I would say no, but no, yes, they are. But I think it's important to keep the door open for the specificities of the education of the social economy within the education curricula. And I think we have to keep a kind of open door. You cannot address, if you are studying in management, only talking about management. You have to address also the other society issues, and it has to be included in the education curricula. Otherwise, you will have robots that will not be open to any new type of companies. So that's it for the moment. I'm perfect.
Thank you very much. Daniel, what would be your view on this?
I mean, I'm going to divide this into hard and soft skills, let's say. I think the hard skills that you would need in a social economy enterprise are not very different from the ones that you need in any kind of company, because the challenges are similar. It's a question of a world that is changing very fast, with new challenges that come from all sides, whether it's energy, whether it's the environment, whether it's digitalization, etc., etc. So the challenges that you have are similar, so the hard skills to a certain extent are similar. What changes the game for us is the soft skills, is that if you have someone who has understood or experienced a different governance model, if you have someone who has understood that the mission of the company is actually not to make money, money is a means to an end, but it's not a means in itself, if you understand that your clients are also your partners in the long run and not somebody that you do a kind of a one-off service to, all of a sudden this is a bit of a paradigm shift in the way that you operate. And for us, we have seen, and in the last times we have had the challenge and the lack of finding people who were coming from these kind of programs and integrating them in our organization has it so much easier, because we don't need to teach them the basics anymore. They already know. We need to teach them the job. And that, to a certain extent, is what every company does, because in the end, whatever you studied in a company, you come to a very small remit, and you have to do a certain function that crossovers with others, but you have let's say your remit is relatively limited by the others and your function. But if you don't know the basics, it takes a long time to explain an engineer that actually, yes, the fact that the governance takes longer and it might lead to a product development that is longer than foreseen may be better in the long run, because the acceptability of that product by the user could be longer. And also the timing issue is quite important. Like, I can't remember the exact number, but I think I read that the average life of a company these days is around 3 years, a private company. Social economy organizations tend to think much more of the mid or the long term. We are building slowly, but to last. And that is also an approach that is a bit counterintuitive for many people who may be eager to do something, but not adapt easily to that kind of rhythm, or not see the implications of that rhythm. So I know from our members, for example, when they try to recruit people that leave other banks because they are disenchanted and they come to unethical banks, they think this is going to be so much better and so on, they struggle. They struggle with these complex governance processes. They struggle with these sometimes missions that are not that clear per se, that evolve with time. They struggle with the level of stakeholders that you need to deal with. You cannot just do your job and don't worry about the rest. You need to interact with many people. And they struggle with a certain political dimension that is inherent to this participatory model, is that participation brings politics into the game. It's not just buying and selling something or producing something and competing, let's say. And even the notion of competition is actually sometimes even borderline, because you don't always compete. You actually tend to collaborate much more. So that there's so many changes that once that happens in your mind, that if you were not prepared for that, it takes quite a long time to adjust. And we don't have the luxury of that time. We need people who can help us build a social economy sector that is very needed, has many challenges on its own, and to a certain extent, if we can get at least those soft skills from the beginning, we save a huge amount of time. And maybe one additional factor that is important, and I think we can be better at that, is that because we are always experimenting to a certain extent, we are not always doing things by the book, we need a lot more multidisciplinarity. Not robots coming from business schools in our case, or not, your standard student who went through the standard curriculum all the time. We need rounder people who have seen other things to be able to have the idea that is a bit different and will be applied in a different way with a different outcome. If you were taught just to, let's say, take in, spit it out and execute, you're not going to fit in our environment. So we need to have social economy programs that include from the beginning different disciplines and not just kind of a sort of a monoculture. Thank you.
Eleni, from your experience, why is the social economy workforce, workers, entrepreneurs, all of them, lacking diversity? It was mentioned in the introduction. And how can we address that?
So, first of all, I think we should define what do we mean by diversity. Diversity, well, different in this sense. Diversity is part of our life, and if we are to be characterized as, civilized, we should not even put this word on the table. I mean, we are different. That's the nature of our civilization of life. But let me just give some very brief definitions of diversity here, so we can be more concrete. So it could be actually diversity of backgrounds. We talked earlier about different backgrounds when it comes to social or financial backgrounds. So that's one aspect of diversity. Another could be the diversity of resources that are being used in order to deliver a social economy educational program or a social economy initiative. And then you have diversity of factors that are engaged in social economy. So if we, let's say, have this very brief and rough categorization of diverse types of diversity, when it comes to the first one, I think that there are two aspects in which we should focus. First one is the educational part and how we can bring this together, how we can actually start educating not just students that are above 18, but even people at the primary school to see life under a different lens and combine what needs to be done, what needs to be obtained as skill in order to perform in life afterwards. So this is one thing. The other one could be like hands-on experiences. Let's say when we are on the ground, on the field, working in such initiatives, and I am a lawyer, and George is, a businessman, let's say or a sociologist, even better, then how can these two worlds come together in order to deliver a beautiful result, an efficient result? When it comes to the second category of diversity, that is the variety of resources, I think what has been used under 4Cs is a very good practice and very good paradigm of what should be considered in the future. That is living labs, experiential learning exercises. We'll talk about it further in workshop 3. Co-design is one of the things that should be considered as well, and service learning, that could also be, it's a very innovative approach. If you want to see results, we should involve everyone we target. And this is not something that only refers to the specific project that did it efficiently, but also to other types of projects we are running. For example, I'm pretty aware, I'm sure you are also pretty aware of initiatives targeting, let's say, refugees or migrants. But we rarely see these people in the co-design or the implementation phase or even in the evaluation phase. We do the final events and there is not even one representative of this community. And the third type of diversity, let's say, is the one referring to the entities, the several entities that are engaged in the social economy initiatives. What could this be? This could be the public bodies, it could be municipal bodies, it could be private bodies, it could be civil society organizations. So this is something that needs time and practice. There should be some sort of perhaps coordination mechanism amongst these two, some sort of forum in which all these parties come together, sit together around the same table and discuss what needs to be discussed. That was very short. Do you have an extra minute? No. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Cornelia, how does the European Commission, what does the European Commission do to address all these issues, and how can it support the social economy ecosystem in enhancing the skills?
Yeah, thank you. As Giuseppe Guerini said at the beginning, a lot has happened the recent years. So at European level, the Commission has launched several policy initiatives and also providing funding opportunities. And I would first mention the Social Economy Action Plan that most of you have probably already come across. It was adopted in 2021, and it is a very comprehensive plan that really wants to promote the development of social economy across practically all policy fields. And so there's also a section called, as the heading, Broadening Opportunities and Support to Capacity Building for Social Economy Entities. And under this chapter, the Commission recognizes that, in fact, there is a lack of social economy business models in the entrepreneurship education curricula and in education and training in general. And so there is so there is really an urgent need to broaden the presence of social entrepreneurship in school curricula. So, and in this action plan, the Commission committed to take action or to support initiatives, and the first one is the Pact. I consider the most important one is the Pact for Skills, the Skills Partnership in the proximity and social economy. It took off the ground almost 2 years ago, and its mission is to offer upskilling and reskilling to the workforce, to the people in working age. Another commitment taken by the Commission was, and it's also up and running since last year, is the Youth Entrepreneurship Policy Academy, which of course has not an inclusive focus on social economy, but it's, as I said previously, it covers many areas that are relevant also for social economy. And now the next capacity building event in March will be dedicated, will focus on social economy. And another action which was also, we all know that we have the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs, and there it was also that we had evidence that it was not really taken up by social economy actors, and so there is also a commitment from the Commission to do something to promote it better, so that we get a broader and more diverse response from the ground. I mean, of course, what is immensely important is also the funding, and here the Erasmus Plus program really has been crucial to support projects. We have now currently 3 blueprint blueprint projects covering proximity and social economy. The most advanced one is the BeWise project, which targets the skills needs of the work integration social enterprises. And it's a very comprehensive project that covers really all, occupational profiles for all those working in that sector. And so both the workers with support needs, but also the trainers and also the skills of the managers or developers of these enterprises. And as this project is now already running the 4th year, we are close really to getting all the deliverables. And I'm really, based on what we see with that they have now finished already the 3 vocational and education curricula, and they are implementing and evaluating them. It will really be how to put it, for this part of the social economy, we will really have a standard reference and a strategy. There are so many more things to be mentioned. The other 2 blueprint projects, has to more call them, it's the BASE project, the Blueprint for Advanced Skills, which has a different approach, not a sector-specific one in principle, but rather they aim to create generic occupational profiles, and having still a focus on 2 sectors and on care and energy. And the last one, it's the ESIC, which focus on innovation, but it's very new, and we need to see what comes out. Is it already over? Yes. Okay. Good.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next question, we're going to see the results of the Slido. So the question was, what skills are most important in social economy organizations? Now, what I took note from our speakers was a lot of questions on how to identify societal issues, common goods, how to address common goods in an economic activity, democratic issues. What do the participants say? Empathy, time management, cooperation skills, soft skills. So here we are in line. Democratic decisions, we are in line. Good news. Conflict resolution, solidarity, and a lot of others that are on the same level. And there are too many words so that we can address them all. And just so I can put a bit of my experience, as Social Economy Europe, we are coordinating the large-scale partnership for social economy and proximity ecosystem. And in fact, these are a lot of the questions that we tackle in this Pact for Skills. And so we can make some more links with all the actors later on. So before we arrive to the 3rd question, and before I hope managing to open questions to the floor, there was a 2nd question for Slido, which is, in your opinion, so you have to take your phones back, I don't know, yes. Yeah. So the question is, in your opinion, what do you think is currently missing in social economy curricula? Now, while you think about that, we will have our speakers address the last questions for now. What could be done to create more synergies between social economy organization and higher education institutions? A little bit has tackled, but I want you to go more in depth in that, given what has already been said until now. You're going to have 4 minutes each. Well, let's say 3.5, because so if we want to have time for the floor. Let's start with the Commission this time.
Yes. Good. So, thank you. I think I will continue with this with a skills partnership, so Pact for Skill, because this instrument is really the platform per se to disseminate the deliverables of projects such as the Social Economy Forces project, but also many other projects that are out there, and they are waiting to be disseminated and further developed. So the Pact has more than 200 organizations across the EU that are all committed to undertaking skills actions. And so the mission of the Pact is really to mobilize the members and help them identify the skills needs, and then on that basis implement skilling actions that address the needs of the ecosystem. It's as we see, the Pact is also cooperating increasingly with the Blueprint project. And and aims to create a strong cooperation, linking all the initiatives in the ecosystem. from my view, the pact partnership is the place for creating synergies between the two worlds, let's say the world of social economy organizations and of higher education at large. Then while the pact in itself, there's no funding for it, because the idea is not to have it's not a project that has a starting point and an end point, which is normally determined by the funding. So it's precisely because it's an open-ended a cooperation space, it can really be how to put it, it can be the space for others to develop their projects also within that space. And we have Erasmus Plus, who is really where we have currently really an unprecedented level of funding. And the partnership can help, the skills partnership can help its members to develop and present projects that are then also successful in being funded. We have now, I mean, every year there are new calls. There's on one side the blueprint call that continues, but in addition, in 2024 we have the call for policy experimentation, which has a focus this year on regional skills partnerships established under the pact. But in addition to that, we also need really to take account of the funding. It doesn't only come from the EU budget, but that we have at member state level now also a good momentum. We see that a policy initiative which stems from the Social Economy Action Plan, so the Council recommendation, which was adopted last November. It calls on member states to develop skills in the social economy, and this, of course, will also allow the stakeholders to develop a project with national or regional funding. What? Okay, perhaps one idea, one proposal coming from the mentioned in the Council recommendation. So that in order to foster a social economy, the inclusion of social economy entities in universities, to create kind of student cooperatives at university level as a learning opportunity, and to give access also to coaching and mentoring opportunities to the social economy actors that are normally not included in higher education curricula. Thank you.
So, back to our European networks that can make the link really between the European, let's say, challenges and also what happens at national level, thanks also to your members. How do you think at your level you can support or you try to support the links and synergies between social economy organization, enterprises, but also higher education institutions? Go ahead.
Sorry, Tanya. Well, the first way is simply to be actors on projects such like S4CS, because I think this project is quite, as you say in the introductory part, quite original by linking and setting up a multidisciplinary consortium with representatives from social economy organization, high-level education, but also some other public authorities and the research network, which is quite important. And I think when this project will be developed, because it will be developed, to be aware of all the other existing similar projects in order to have a coordination, because otherwise it will be very fragmented action that we will build up. So we have to coordinate that. And we have to enlarge a little bit the scope regarding the geographically approach. Of course, I know that this project intend to be open to other networks, but for example, we have to think about the network existing in European but non-EU countries. For example, in candidate countries like in Turkey, in Moldavia, or in Ukraine, there is some cooperative partnership within the universities in order to invest and to invite students to work in a cooperative in these countries. And you know that in some of them it's quite difficult because there was a misuse of the cooperative, that now we really have not only to provide the skills on this type of enterprise, but to really link this enterprise and this education curricula to the need of this society. We also have to systemize the inclusion of social economy organization in the education curricula. It should not be something presented like very original from a university, but something that we should find in each university or each business school and have the same level of action. University and business school is quite important for us. So I hope that through the Council recommendation you mentioned, to reach this impact, because in 2 years' time each member state will have to deliver the action plan for social economy, and there is a specific chapter in there in education, and we hope that it will be the opportunity to address this issue. But I do think also that the sectors itself, I mean, calling cooperative, mutual societies, all the actors of social economy, have to address this issue and be maybe more proactive in the setting up of education curricula, or to be in a relation with a private school that also are involved in business school or other activities, and to invite to have a stronger focus on the social economy system, and to invite to invest more of their resources also in this kind of courses, because sometimes it's seen like something original, so the resource given is quite small, so we have to invite that. Simply also to have like a motto that there is a different type of business model. That should be the motto in this approach. And we, as Cooperatives Europe, we will very soon launch a call addressed at the European institution, inviting the European institution and mainly the European Commission to through the programs and all the action that they are delivering, opening the door to this different type of enterprise that are social economy. And this call will hope to be supported also at national level, because we know that the first target should be the national level, to have in their education curricula approach of, well, cooperative, but in broad sense, social economy as well.
I think in the end we are talking about something as strategic as human capital here. You know, it's basically the main strength of the social economy organizations in the end is the people that work within them. And the better people you have, the stronger you will have a social economy, let's say, ecosystem. So partly, obviously, participating in projects like this is part of the learning process. I mean, for us, it has been a learning process to work with universities which have their own logic, their own rhythms, their own, you know, they're pretty self-absorbed, typically. So they're so busy with themselves, they don't even have time for you sometimes. So when you bring a practical perspective, it's like, yeah, but which paper do I put it on? How does it fit into my research? It's not easy. It is a learning experience. But I think it's also more on us to be more proactive to, you know, having this idea of human capital in mind that needs to be developed over time, to do more the effort of collaborating more with actors that are not like us. For me, it's easy to talk to a bank than to a university, to be honest. But probably my interest lies more these days in talking to a university than to a bank, if I think long term. So extending that collaboration much more with, I would say, research or academic partners, it's more and more important. It's something that we are doing more and more of. That's certainly the case. But also, on our side, I think we also have to make this sector attractive. People have to consider it as a career opportunity as well. So this means that we have to do more efforts to open internships, open job postings, open positions, allow for possibilities for exchange, to shadow someone, to learn on the job about what we do. Because at the very end of the process, when we face social economy organizations that come to us, one of the main skills they lack is financial skills. They never know how to talk to a bank. They never know how to talk to a private, let's say, funder. The public even, or the combination of the two is always a bit of a headache. So it is in our interest in the end that financial skills are developed, but within, I'd say, a larger system where the social economy is seen as a good place to work in the long run for anyone who's bright and interested in doing something for society. And we cannot just be passive actors there, kind of waiting people to knock at our door. We also need to involve ourselves more in the development and delivery of curriculum. If you need someone who knows finance, invite a banker. He probably knows, but it would not be your first idea to invite him into an academic program. And at the same time, from our side, make sure that we provide the opportunities for employment of the people who do go through the effort to actually study something specific. Because it's great to do a master's of social economy if afterwards there are no jobs or not easily jobs for you. We have to be a bit more open to that, and it could be that the demands come from places where we are not expecting them today. So I think it also is a two-way street. The onus is partly on us, but developing those partnerships, let's say, with this, I would say, training and human development world, which is obviously universities, but a lot more sometimes than that. It's something that under for example, the Social Economy Action Plan, we could develop much more. Yeah.
Eleni, how would you like to conclude on this point on how do we create more synergies between social economy organizations and higher education? What do you see at your level?
Well, I'm fully covered with what has been mentioned so far. Sorry. So I have been fully covered, but let me just take it a step further in a couple of points. I really enjoyed the notion of ecosystems Cornelia used. I think that if we see ourselves as member of an ecosystem in which everyone collaborates equally with the rest, then there is inclusion, there is equality, there is justice, there is democratic governance. That's the very first step. Another thing is that we should start with education, but before that we should start with putting a why do we choose social economy instead of traditional economy. Why do we choose diverse economies like community development commons or social economy instead of core business? Then, for me, the rest will follow. And what are these the rest steps that can be taken? Mentoring is one of them, indeed. We have been implementing several initiatives based on mentoring, and there's nothing more hands-on and efficient like mentoring. You come to learn from those that have already been smashed in the field, and you know how to what to be more focused on, let's say. Another thing is the students' cooperatives. But imagine a world within the campus when students can really take over some tasks of the life of the campus, like the restaurant of the campus or a travel agency. So imagine social economy organizations giving a helping hand or mentoring the way that these student cooperatives could actually be put in practice. Another option could be placing students in social economy organizations or involving social economy organizations in the co-design and the co-implementation or in the co-evaluation phase we were talking about of projects, and putting in place a systematic coordination mechanism among these two parties, so they are considered equal members of the ecosystem and not something different worlds. So that's it, more or less, before that bell rings.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 minutes before we're supposed to stop this workshop and give place to the second one. Are there any urgent, pressing questions from the floor? Everybody's shy. There's one. Alessia.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alessia Sebilla from the ESIS network. Very interesting panel. It's more than a question, it's really, the willingness to collaborate more together. We are co-coordinating with Social Economy Europe and Mondragon University, a blueprint on social economy and proximity. And we are going to publish very soon the research that we did on the gap skills for the social economy, specifically for the transition, and the social comp that comes to somehow what has been said. So really looking at specific competencies for the social economy coming from the Entrocomp, DigiComp, and all the others. So we are more than open to discuss and to see how we can keep working together on this very important issue. Thank you.
Well, if there's no other questions, I would like, before thanking all the panelists and the presenters, I would also like to make a call. There is indeed the large-scale partnership for social economy and proximity, and we are finalizing now the commitment of the of this ecosystem. We have done a questionnaire to people who have registered to understand what were the priorities, what should we work on. And really, I see from what has been said in this panel, there's a lot of connections to do. And we have set some work for the 5 next years. So it's for, So really, I invite everybody, higher education institutions, also vocational training organizations, social economy organizations to come over, join this LSP so we can deepen this conversation, take on board the results of this project, bring it together with the other Blueprints project. This is also one of the first things we've done is make the 3 blueprints meet so that they know where we're at. So we're really trying to build up on what are the needs, how can we adapt the proper training or studies at different levels, in different types. And it's encouraging to see that the needs are all going in the same directions. We do have some important aspects that are different, maybe like the democratic participation, I think something very specific to our ecosystem. I often say in school we're taught what democracy is, but we're not taught how to practice it. And this is what we do. And you have to have lived it to understand what it means, how complicated but also joyful it is. And when you see things happen and when everybody agrees on something, we're on board. Everybody's on board and it's more efficient, even though it takes more time compared to what we're used to in classical business. So I would like to conclude by thanking all the panelists and inviting everybody in the room to join the LSP so that we can keep this conversation going. And I'm looking forward to the next workshops. Thank you.
All right, we have a few minutes to swap seats.
It work? Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. So shall we start for workshop 2? Let me first start with introducing myself. I am Professor Maria Daskalaki, and I am working at Oxford Brookes University in the UK. And I will be presenting the second workshop. I will be moderating the second workshop for today, which is on educational innovations, cultivating social economy values and methodologies. And I've got the panel here, so I'll start with Pauline introducing herself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm a project and policy manager at the Lifelong Learning Platform. I don't know if I should say more about it.
No, just start introducing ourselves first. Christina?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Galani. I work as project manager in Stimuli for Social Change, a Greek-based organization. So I'm very happy that I'm here today. I am the presenter of Workshop 2. Thank you.
Yorgos?
Hello, I'm Georgos Alexopoulos. My official position is at the Agrikazo University of Athens, but I'm a proud member of the Aristotle University team. So thank you.
Anna?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Arnaud and I'm from the European Student Union and I'm a member of the Executive Committee.
Last but not least, Martin.
Thank you very much. My name is Martin Parker. I'm Professor at the University of Bristol Business School.
Brilliant. So, as I was saying, in this workshop, we will examine the foundational values, and Valerie, I think, already introduced the importance of values in workshop 1, and effective teaching methodologies in terms of promoting social economy education. So, without further ado, I just ask Christina to start with the presentation first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for the introduction. Good morning again. Today I'm going to present, I think it doesn't work, but it's okay. Okay, perfect. I'm going to present the foundational values of social economy forces collaborative model and methodology we have developed. Before reflecting on these pedagogical approaches and innovative methods and discuss how these methodologies can be further applied and upscaled in social economy curricula in higher education area, I think we should have in mind what Valerie and George presented previously about the existing deficiencies and shortages in social economy education. Okay, to put it simple, we all know that the potential of social economy is untapped, but there are some shortages, some deficiencies in terms of limited collaboration between universities in social economy studies and connection with the social economy community in general and social economy organizations. Social economy education remains theoretical, failing to connect students with real-world learning experiences. And of course, there is an absence of social economy actors and students in the part of development and design of curricula. Usually students participate in the pilot activities, for example, in the pilot and testing of curricula, or social economy actors are often called upon validating something innovative, or they are just being invited as to give a lecture, or as visitors in social economy curricula. So how we can move beyond these existing traditionally approached methods and create something that can give the opportunity to universities to broaden this field and enrich students' skills with real-world experiences. I will start with the first innovation of this project, that is the Social Economy Living Labs framework. This framework sets the ground for the methodology of our collaborative model. In a simple way, it is the main form of interaction between universities, students, and social economy organizations. So it sets the overall methodology for establishing a collaborative model between these actors. In our methodology, the innovative aspect that we have leveraged during these years is the approach of living labs. As you may know, living labs are open innovation systems that allow the open collaboration and the exchange of ideas between several stakeholders in many fields. So in this approach, we leverage social economy living labs as a space that boosts the co-creation and innovation between these two actors to co-create new material for social economy education. The innovative approaches, our values in social economy education through our methodology are based on three principles. First of all, the co-creation of knowledge and material. All these three groups, social economy educators, students, and social economy enterprises, unite their power and collaborated in our project in order to co-create new educational material for the master's program. The second foundational value of our methodology is focused on collaborative teaching methodologies, a variety of innovative pedagogies that were complemented by the third approach, that is the service learning. Here, students were the protagonists of this real world experience. During the first workshop, I was thinking how important but also complex is to put a student to think how to apply in practice this knowledge about social economy education, because there is a theory and practice gap. So these three elements build our methodology, and this methodology is analyzed in the Social Economy Living Labs framework. The values upon which we build this methodology, of course, are in line with social economy principles such as community development, the co-creation, the collaboration. We tried to put on the first ground and to underline the importance of connected societies, because sometimes we think that society and community is something outside the university, and the university is part of society. So all these values are reflected in our methodology and in our collaborative model. Okay, here you can see some indicative innovative teaching, collaborative teaching methodologies that we have applied in the pilot period of social economy forces material. For example, some paradigms are role-playing, a group exercise, in order to cultivate soft skills. Students in Greece participated in two activities, participatory activities, for practicing and cultivating creativity, democratic decision-making. In another activity, pilot activity, we piloted group brainstorming in collaboration again with role-playing. In Italy, we piloted in a pilot level, we applied the development of podcasts. So students discussed with social economy actors some critical societal issues, mainly focused on organizational welfare and on the diversity management. And of course, we had the opportunity, and we were lucky, but we worked very hard to develop a board game in this project. So another innovative method is the gamification approach. So the board game is part of our innovative teaching methodologies. And of course, the business aspect is also included, but in combination with the cultivation of soft skills. Students piloted some business practices, but at the same time, they were practicing their presentation skills. They were thinking some suggestions about some critical issues that their society at local level faces. And now we move on in a complementary tool that we have developed in combination to our methodology in order to tackle the absence of cross-fertilization of ideas. We developed another complementary tool, the Social Economy Forces Training Toolkit. This toolkit serves as a guide that helps universities and social economy organizations to co-organize social economy living labs. So it gives guidance to all these groups. It offers some hands-on activities, step-by-step guidance in order to prepare together and make real and social economy living labs in their country. So this toolkit can be leveraged by any university. It serves as a guide. Additional benefits of this training toolkit are, for example, first of all, that there is a win-to-win experience both for the student but also for the social economy community or social economy enterprise that collaborates with students. And I'm taking the chance at this point to mention some paradigms, some examples of service learning project that we applied in social economy forces in Italy and in Greece. Students in Italy participated in some research activities at the National Observatory on Local Social Services, and in Greece, students interviewed social economy actors in order to identify some challenges at local level, and they suggested some solutions in order for the social economy organization to act in a more inclusive way and in a more sustainable, of course, way. So these are some indicative examples of service learning project. projects that we have applied. And that's all. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christina. Are we going to take any questions from the floor at this point? Christina, would you be okay to get any questions from the floor? We can always get to questions at the end of the session. It depends whether to take any questions now. Urgent, burning questions for Christina. Can't see any, so straight away let's move into the panel discussion. And I think we're going to kick off with a Slido. Is that correct, Peter? Here we are. What are the key words that come to your mind when you think about social economy education? You can vote, yes. But I think you've got to have 3 minutes to summarize your thoughts, so please be precise. I think we're going to see the results from this slide straight away, so we will not keep you waiting to see what you guys think as the key words that come to your mind when we can already start seeing the results coming through. Great. So I still see a few people still typing, but we already sort of started seeing the importance of participation, collaboration, values, creativity, democracy, skills is here. Impact also standing very permanently here, and also creativity. So at this stage, I'd like to start the discussion with the panelists and basically have the first question for them. Basically, is for them, and I would like each one of the panelists to pick one value that they think is a key value for the social economy in general, and just talk to us for 3 minutes, if possible, each on the value that they would like to concentrate. So I'll start with Yorgos. Is that okay with you, George? Please.
Thank you very much, Maria. Well, the easiest thing is to take up the central notion of participation and try to see how we can connect it with several values related to social economy, as, for example, sharing or inclusivity, because this is about participation, and that probably goes with the seed or the comment of Sarah that some philosophy is always useful in these panels. Let me quote one of the most influential, although more phlegmatic recent philosophists, Nimoy, Mr. Spock. The more I share, the more I have. So this is one thing which is always interesting in the organizations as well as in the universities that we are trying to build in and the curricula. And the second one is relates to what Giuseppe, Agnes, Daniel also shared, because we are dealing with several steps, several dimensions of transitions. So one of the things, although it's not so strange, one of the things that we were all taught even since we were at the kindergarten is try to share. Of course, try to work your hands first, try to share. And then make sure that when you're moving to the opposite side of the street with transition, hold hands and make sure that nobody is left behind. you will be safely moved to the next step.
Brilliant. Thank you, Yorgos. Thanks for giving time as well. Pauline, it's over to you.
Yeah, so today I represent two different sectors, and today and for the last 6 years as well. The first sector is education and training stakeholders. So I'm here representing the lifelong learning platform. It's not the typical usual suspect that you see in the social economy sector, but we actually also, we represent the lifelong learning stakeholders. And so I represent these stakeholders, but also civil society and citizens and the learners. And although our members, we are a large network of 44 European organizations or associations, they are not very much aware that they are part of the social economy, and that's a huge problem. So civil society is not very always aware that they are part of social economy, but also the education sector is very little aware of the different models in the economy, and we're talking about that today. But the good thing is that what I see in the trends is social economy values are permeating, integrated in the education sector. So even if the two sectors are not aware of each other, the same values are kind of spreading in the different worlds. And well, I wanted to pick participation as well, but that's too bad. And inclusion as well, but you also mentioned it. It's not a big deal. I will take democracy, which is linked to both anyway. So what we see in the education sector is now, and the social economy education is a movement of more democratizing the way, the learning is taught and the teaching is being done. And you can see it in cooperatives or any social economy businesses that democracy is quite important, in association of course as well, but you also see increasingly in education institution democracy also happening. I will let then ESU, a representative, talk about this, but students are more and more involved in universities, they have a student council, and all these democratic behaviors are also increasingly developing.
Brilliant. Thank you, Pauline. Over to Arno.
Yes. So, of course, there is all the values related to democracy and the importance of having students and student representatives in the different bodies of higher education institutions, and also in that students are included in the creation of programs and learning outcomes. But one that I also thought was interested is the value that social economy should be connected to society, and higher education should as well, and even more. I think sometimes it's a bit difficult for also for students to notice how connected higher education and the societies are. It's changing with students being more and more involved in organization. That is, it can be student representation, but also in climate movements, in political youth, and in NGOs. So I think that's something that's really changing, and in a way it's really important that the social economy curriculum, but also curriculums in general, are connected to societies, because it's also really important that students, when they leave their education, they are able to think the world and rethink it, and being able to criticize it, and to have a perspective on, okay, this is what I learned at school, is it still enough as of today, or should it be changed? Should we go in a complete different direction? And social economy is also connected to that. It's showing that today we're arriving to the end of the only growth vision of economy, and we need to rethink it, and having a curriculum like that could be really helpful.
Thanks, Anna. Martin, the key value for you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to kind of, push back against the question a bit, really, because whenever I hear the term value, I get kind of suspicious. It seems to suggest, and my contribution to the Jamboard thing was piety, a certain kind of self-righteousness that involves head nodding amongst friends. Yes, we all believe in those kinds of things. Now, in the spirit of provocation, it seems to me that questions of what our values might be are in a sense kind of precursors to other rather more important questions. And they're essentially questions about what is to be done. Leninist questions, if you like, questions of political strategy. What is to be done, and just as importantly, what is not to be done. Now, clearly, our political strategies will be informed by particular questions of value in terms of how we articulate means and ends and the relationship between them. But sometimes I think that we almost shortcut those political strategic questions by moving to the head nodding of value too quickly. Just as an illustration, in the context of climate change in my country, in the UK, there are proponents of green growth, say the Labour Party, who will probably be elected at the next election, and there are people taking to the streets representing Extinction Rebellion. Both of them would claim to be concerned about the value of sustainability in future generations. But their tactics, their political tactics, are entirely different. Now, I think we face similar kinds of questions. And the particular difficulty that we have, I think, is that lots of the people that we need to reach are not in this room. They don't share our values. And we need to convince them that their approaches towards ideas about capitalism and growth and all that, the economy and all that kind of stuff, need radical revision. And in that sense, I think that's a political task. Yeah? It's a task of persuasion, of rhetoric. Aristotle's rhetoric, perhaps. Keep on mentioning Greeks, you can't go badly there, can you? So, yeah, Aristotelian rhetoric. And consequently, maybe we should kind of backpedal a bit on the questions of values, because sometimes I just think it annoys people, because they think they're being lectured to. That'll do.
Thanks everyone, and thank you much for the provocation as well. I think, following up some of the issues you've raised, and you and all the others, I think I want to dig a little bit deeper into this practice of values, right, that Martin was hinting on, and get back to Yorgos with the question of how can we move to a close alignment between social economy values and social economy education, and how we can just take that into the way that social economy students take the knowledge into the real world to bring about this change and this transformation, the thing that we've been thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is more of it, as Martin said, it's more what needs to be done, but also how you're going to do that. So the first panel, presented very well what is the argument behind co-creation and co-development. There were different people from different organizations that were ready to share, and they shared only their opinion in the same question, enriching what we all learned during the sharing process. So one of the things, adding all the ingredients of the social economy ecosystem, focusing on community development, on the commons, on different traditions and approaches of, within social economy, enlarging, widening the scope of this social economy education is exactly at the core of this process. Why? Because the actual thing that is happening there is that we're trying to find out more efficient ways on how to support the society and communities themselves to reconsider the problem and the solution, and to try to find what's the actual step towards that. And actually, it is more how communities organize themselves in order to offer new solutions to persisting challenges or to address the future ones that are going to come. So in a process, in a co-creation process, learning how to learn in dealing in that dimension.
Great, thanks, Euro. Martin? coming back to that, you want to add anything on this question? Elaborate a little bit on the provocation, I hope, Vivi.
Yeah, okay. I like the idea of learning how to learn. That seems like a really sensible way of imagining what contribution higher education, well, all education might make. But I go back to this kind of difficulty of if you like, reaching out, yeah, of trying to persuade other people who don't really see these kinds of imperatives in their daily lives and practice. Just to give you one example, which I think is quite interesting. So a friend of mine, Erin Sahan, is the business person for the Donut Economy Action Lab. And he's doing a lot of work trying to apply donut economics, Kate Raworth's stuff, on towards to various business contexts. And there's a really neat thing he's been doing with his education materials, which is kind of to begin with values, if you like, to begin with broad statements of agreement about, you know, the future and our children and what the Americans called motherhood and apple pie, so that you can get everybody in the room nodding. And then gradually, slowly, move the people in the room down through a series of steps to ownership and control, right? So basically, who owns and controls the business organization itself? Because that, to me, is the key structural question. So, in a sense, the point of the values thing, I don't know whether people agree with this, the point of the values thing is almost to begin the conversation, which ends with a series of structural changes to organizations and economy. Yeah, that's the bit that really interests me. Again, going back to Lenin, what is to be done? And Aristotle probably as well, I don't know.
Great, thank you. Thank you both. So I think we wanted to dig a little bit more into these challenges that Martin and Yorgos started elaborating. I think I'm going to maybe speak to Arno and ask if could identify some of the values that would be most challenging to implement in social economy, education, and the reasons behind that. Thank
you. Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and I think it really depends also from countries to countries on which values are going to be difficult to implement. If we look into, for example, countries where student representation is already very well implemented, and there are laws around it, there is protection around it for students, those are not going to be especially a problem. But when you go into countries where student representation is not as established, that might be a problem because student representation took years to build itself, and it's not always the easiest thing to do. I think also is something that needs to be thought about is to maybe go away from the social economical values, but how can we, for example, include the fundamental values of higher education within the social economical framework and education? How can we ensure that there is academic freedom within the curriculum? How can we ensure that there is also equitable access for everyone? How can we make sure that those studies can be reached by everyone? How can we make sure that people from lower social economical background can also access it? How can we make sure that someone that's always worked under a very hierarchical business can completely change their way of thinking and go into something related to social economy? I think those are also values that are connected to social economy, but when we think about a curriculum, especially on that, how can we implement those as well?
Martin, would you like to come back with that?
Yeah, I want to talk about a very specific kind of problem. Let's call it the business school problem. Okay, I come from a business school, so I'm allowed to be horrible to them. You know, it's just biting the hand that feeds me. No more than that. According to Eurostat, 1 in 4 students in European higher education graduated in some version of business and management. 95% of the time, in 95% of those institutions, they will be taught neoliberalism. They will be taught capitalism. Yeah? They'll be taught basically how to reproduce business as usual. Now, that is the place where most of our young people, European young people, get their knowledge about business from. Yeah? That's the dominant narrative. And if we want to try and bust that narrative, then there's another political strategic question. We could imagine building an independent, autonomous, separate form of cooperative social economy education. That's going to be tough, and it's going to require a lot of resources and a lot of coordination. Or we could try and piggyback on the existing set of institutions. The tricky bit about that is essentially the way in which those institutions tend to capture things. I know this only too well from my experience in the UK, that, you know, British business schools are terribly good about parroting that they care about social questions, about the SDGs, and about about sustainability and diversity and responsibility and all that kind of stuff. But they don't do very much about it. They just carry on teaching about neoliberalism and capitalism, right? So the problem is a classic political strategic problem of basically entryism. You know, how do you move into a set of existing institutions and somehow try and transform them? And that may involve holding your nose a bit, really, trying to, if you like, sound like somebody who is sympathetic to the goals of business schools at the same time as you're trying to subvert them. Yeah. So again, questions of value seem to me to be secondary in that particular instance to questions of political strategy. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Martin. Thanks, everyone. I think we're going to move now to the second slide, though, which would very much sort of test you in what we've been saying in terms of your ability to maybe find some cracks in this system within which we operate in terms of, you know, the neoliberal agenda that Martin was talking about, and say which have been your approach, your educational approach to break into this and find more engaging or effective in terms of delivering social economy education. So please, let us hear your answers. So interesting. We're seeing learning by doing, podcast and mentoring, your sort of more effective approaches. Brilliant. So I think I would like to invite Pauline to maybe share hers in terms of what she's seen in practice as most effective.
So this time my first example is actually not in the Slido, so that's great. I'm actually saying something new. No, the first one I would like to mention as a training or educational approach is a project learning. I'm not saying that because I'm a project manager, but I love project management. I think when I reached finally my master degree and I finally learned to put into practice the knowledge I was taught, I studied political science and then European affairs, and we had to invent this project and from the design stage, and then we made PowerPoint presentation. We needed to make an Excel file for the budget. We need to find funding for this project. It was when I finally enjoyed education. So it was, it took time to reach this master degree of enjoying education. So that's the first example that I would say. And I think also project management really empowers people like social economy does. Not just for your work, it can be useful for your work, but also in your life. I don't know, you want to buy a house, you want to, do an activity with your kids. Really, project management is really useful for everything. The second example I would mention, it was already mentioned also this morning, is building entrepreneurial competencies. And here, of course, I'm not just talking about setting up a new business, but it's also very closely related to project management in a way. And it's also based on this competence framework, which was mentioned, the EntreComp framework. What does it tell? What does it teach you? It's a framework that teaches you competencies to create values in every sphere of your life. So really it's all about value creation. And you can find interesting resources that are interesting competencies that are very transversal. And also, again, you can use it in all the areas of your life. For instance, mobilizing resources, ethical and sustainable thinking, taking the initiative, working with others, creativity, and mobilizing others. So that's a very interesting approaches in education that's also good for the social economy sector. The third example I would give is co-creation, and it was also mentioned in the presentation on the project. Very important, not just to teach co-creation in the course, but also co-creation as an approach, as a practice, which is put into practice in the subject itself. It goes against this individualistic idea that when you create value, you're just an individual, the heroic entrepreneur who is alone. No, actually, it shows that you can have a collective approach to value creation, and that's very often the case. And the final example is service learning. In my organization, we know this especially example taking place in university when students go to volunteering. You have this in Italy, for instance, and you can get credit or recognition for it, which is great, but I think it can be developed even more, not just doing volunteering in, let's say, associations most often, but also in companies. You could do research from companies, you could do a small project with a company, and this should be developed even more. Those are the example I wanted to pick up on. And I think it really connects both the innovative approach that are slowly developing in education, as well as what can be helpful also for the social economy sector to develop.
Great, thanks, Pauline. Thank you. I think, wanting to dig a little bit deeper into this concept of co-creation, I think we also talked about one of your answers in terms of skills and values was conflict resolution, into revolutionary projects lately. So conflict resolution and revolution, of course. And you, Yorgos, talked about commoning and the common. So I would like to ask you to elaborate or talk to us a little bit more about this co-creation and aspects of co-creation in your experience, in your teaching methods.
Okay, thank you, Maria. But before that, let me comment a bit on what Martin very interestingly said. I think it was at the end of the previous millennium when I was trying to write a paper with my supervisor back then, my PhD, on this is the right time for cooperatives to shape how business schools are going to teach people. It did not go very well, obviously, but what was behind that was that we need to come up with a process for some sort of de-learning before introducing people to new ideas and things that shape the world of social economy organizations. And in order to do that efficiently, you need to come up with a co-creation methodology in practice. Because cooperatives, in essence, are what Henry Hagen usually says, that it is theorized practice or how to practice theory. So it's the same project, the same challenge that we're trying to address. And when you're trying to come up with efficient co-creation methodologies and approaches, what you're trying to build there is that there is ownership and understanding, and there is rapport with learning objectives and outcomes. This becomes part of all of us, because one is to make sure that this is something that is being built in the character and profile of those that are being taught, but it also brings back some value added to the ones that are trying to develop these teaching approaches and materials. So this is a promising, but it's a step-by-step process approach to keep it relevant, to keep it updated, that speaks to both to the needs of social economy organizations, researchers and teachers at the university, but also students, and to try to find a way to meet the needs, but also inspire the future steps and needs. Because one of the things is to make sure, as I said at the beginning of my first question, that nobody is left behind, but there's also a more optimistic trend of shaping the way that things are going to be done. So co-creation helps a lot in order to make things simple, efficient, and timely.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much, Euros. I think, going back to what we were saying before about the European Commission Action Plan and, the focus on youth, I think I'd like to come to Arno and ask if there are any specific approaches or challenges even when you're approaching youth training on social economy. If you'd like to get a comment on that, Arno, thank you.
Yeah, I think there are of course challenges regarding to the training of youth on social economy, and it's really, where is the point of creating a new curriculum wherein only the same people will access it that already have access to higher education? And so I think that's also something that should be looked in, is how can we, and it has been said a lot, how can nobody be left behind? It's quite funny. I was on a panel at the ministerial conference 2 days ago on that as well. And is everybody in the institution, coming from governments, coming from higher education institutions, are really embracing the no one left behind phrases. But then it's often lacking actions and proper takings on that. So I think that's something that should be really looked into and go into even deeper on how can we make sure that, creating new curriculums is nice, but how can we make sure that students with refugee backgrounds can also access those kind of studies? And that's going to be one of the main challenges, but it's also one of the main challenges for higher education in general. How can we get out of higher education is less as in the past, but still as of today, something for privileged people? That's something that really should be looked into very deeply.
Okay, thank you, Arno. I think it's a very good point to turn into this kind of what we mean by co-creation and collaborative models, I think, and dig a little bit more into this concept of inclusion, particularly for marginalized communities. How collaborative are we when we are excluding communities in these collaborative projects we put forward? So I think we move to a new slide now, Peter, So I would like you to talk a bit more about co-creation and exactly what you think about your co-creation ideas would be. Here is the next slide. I think we're going to keep this poll active till a little bit later, and come to Pauline. I think with a question, particularly in relation to these collaborative methodologies. If you'd like to elaborate a little bit more about how you feel those can put forward new models for teaching social education, social economy education.
It's not the last question. Ah, yeah, it's related to them. Yeah, so the question was initially, about how does it support both the learning outcomes of the students and also the teachers with their teaching methods. So my answer is I'm going to start to say about the learning outcomes, and again coming back to my personal experience as a student. So I studied in general education, then I went to university, studied political science, and it was until the master degree that I understood how the knowledge I acquired could be helpful in my life, career, and by helpful I mean how it could be applied. And actually it's only in master degree that practitioners came to teach us things of their work. So we had, for instance, European Parliament simulation, where we simulated taking part in a debate. We had international negotiation, where we were representing country and going to other countries and trying to negotiate something. We had lobbying courses. It was applied knowledge. So I think knowledge is and should always be something very important, and I was mostly, I mean, my education was mostly knowledge-based, again, until the master degree. But if you really want to engage students in the learning, you need to put this knowledge into practice. And you need to put it in real-world context. I studied political science, and until long enough, it was good for the knowledge, of knowing the science of, democracy. But if you can't really apply it, let's say as an active citizen, it's not really. You don't really see the value for your career, for instance. And I think practice-based exercises are not just more engaging, but really contribute to the long-term acquisition of learning. I mean, I forgot everything that was knowledge-based in my education, but I did acquire some skills and competencies, like I mentioned, project management, but I could write a dissertation also, this kind of practice-based thing that I learned. It's really important to transform knowledge into something that is skills and competencies. And also learning soft skills can really help students in the career, because now we don't stay the entire life in the same job or in the same sector. We moved from one job to another, so we keep on hearing that the world is changing, etc. So you need soft skills to be able to change career, to change jobs, and transversal skills, because they can be in they can be applied in so many contexts are super useful. And yeah, I think relating to your presentation and what you did in the Social Economy for SES project, the learning practice you design also really developing these creativity skills, and I think that's great because we don't do that. I mean, we do it maybe in primary education and then we forget about it unless you go into a creative, let's say, curriculum or a creative program. And it's also connected to problem solving. So I think that's great that you use teaching methods that are developing those skills because it's really lacking in general in education, and I think this is also the case in social economy education. And then talking about how does it change teaching practice? Well, teachers are also learners. Changing from traditional method is not always an easy thing. When all your life you have been taught one way. I have some friends who are either teachers who are learning how to become teachers, and things are changing. So they use practice-based, project-based activities now with the students. So that's slowly changing. But I think the Social Economy for SES toolkit is really useful for them. Because tools and method, you cannot, improvise them. If you haven't been taught how to use them, you need a lot of time and resources to start using them. So I think it's great that they are here, and you don't always have time to design new tools and methods for this kind of project-based, challenge-based education. So this is super useful. And I think another important aspect which is dealt with in this project is the fact that you open up the teaching to the wider community, and that's also very good for teachers. I think this is also something that really needs to change, and it's not so much changing, it's still very underdeveloped. Even for the traditional economy, I mean, university working with businesses is still a marginal thing. I've been looking for universities in Belgium that are opening up to entrepreneurs. I couldn't find much information. But even more working with NGOs, even more working with social economy organization, that's something that that needs to be developed, or involving students in the working with local communities in a broader sense. So in this sense, the Social Economy for SES project and outcomes are very innovative and going in the right direction of what education should look like in the 21st century.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Pauline. I don't know, would you like to come back to that and maybe elaborate also a little bit more on this idea of making these collaborative models? Like Christina was also talking about diversity, I think, earlier. How can we make them more inclusive? Particularly, you talked about migrants before. Would you like to expand a little bit on that and tell us a bit more about this?
Well, I think one thing that can be used tools is proper recognition of what the students do when they get involved, but also getting even further. For example, it's quite stupid, but for example, in Belgium, refugee students or students that are coming from non-EU countries have to pay more tuition fees to get enrolled into higher education. They cannot get a scholarship as well because they haven't been living in Belgium for long enough. So how can we expect those students that with the inflation crisis we're going through right now and the rising of prices, how can we expect students to be able to get involved in the creation of a study program when they have to make sure, first of all, that they have food in their plates and in their fridges? And often, when we involve students in designing curriculums, it's often seen as, yeah, it's a learning outcome for the students. They will benefit from it because they will learn and stuff like that, but we still invite students to come as professionals and to give their honest opinion. So there is something to do on also how can also students be paid when they do that, and having a fair share. I think that's a big barrier, is those activities and those, when we involve students, it's often expected from students to do it for free. And that's a big issue. And if we want to be more inclusive, it's first of all going and reaching out to those students, because often they don't know about it because they just arrived in the country, or they have other struggles to think about before even thinking about partaking in those creations, but then going further and offering them proper retribution for the work they're going to provide for that, because otherwise we will never reach them out. And that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks for the contributions. Shall we have a look at the results of Slido, please? Let's see. 60% real world relevance. And close second, student empowerment, idea sharing, educator innovations coming after that, creative collaboration, and equality in learning in 20%. I think quite a lot of this, in terms of student empowerment and equality in learning, could be kind of thought to be together as well. But I think we've touched upon most of them, particularly thinking about, inclusivity, diversity, but also sharing, with the point that Yorgos made at the beginning, but also in terms of creative collaboration. So with that, I'd just like to open the discussion to the floor and get any questions that you may have for our panelists. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dinara Olivares. I've been teaching for more than 15 years. 8 years ago, I started an online school. We teach 3 main languages of the world: English, Chinese, and Spanish. In the Chinese, for example, we are the biggest online school for the Russian-speaking market. Today, Yorgos, he mentioned that it is natural for us to be cooperative and helping each other. We do it in kindergarten, and anthropologists, they also proved that this thing helped us to survive as Homo sapiens. So the question is, in my opinion, through my experience, that we need to teach our kids in the kindergarten, primary school, to be brave, earning money through, for example, doing small business. Yeah. My example was when I was 9 years old at school, I started selling toys to my classmates. They decided to buy them. I said, no, I cannot give you because my mother will be sad that I gave you away my toy. And several of them said, okay, let me buy. And I started selling them my toys. And my teacher found out about it. And she said to my mom, she's not allowed to do business at school. So, could you give example of any projects, practical projects in kindergartens and schools, primary schools?
Anyone would like to start with a question?
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to understand, the notion of having an enterprise or making a profit out of your idea in the kindergarten or the primary school. It's not very... it brings again up, unless it follows a certain approach or a certain collaboration scheme, it brings up again the tense of startups and entering a market with a brilliant idea and creating a unicorn, for example, in just a very short period of time. But it has been a tradition in many countries, actually Greece was one of them, to having cooperatives in primary schools. So the thing is, how are you going to structure your idea? You need to be in the positive side of your balance sheet. You need to have some positive results, a profit, a surplus. Why? In order to be there and to continue delivering the impact potential that your cooperative already has in order to serve society or to meet a market need. So out of the first reaction would be to try to teach our kids, try to introduce again the concept of cooperatives from the primary school already.
Thank you, thank you. Peter Bloom.
Oh, thank you. No, I thought this was really brilliant, and obviously it's quite inspiring. One thing I wanted to ask, though, because we were using the word values a lot, but you also use value. And one thing that I have found, and I think this goes to Martin's point a bit, is that when we have tried to put curriculum, when I've done it at the community level and when I've done it also at the higher education level, I don't actually see much response to values. I mean, people say, yeah, I like democracy, I like cooperation, I like this. But then when I talk about value, I say, you know, if we had energy commons, we could have free renewable energy. They're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, yeah, we could do that. And when we talk about how this improves processes, right? And how actually this improves results. And then when we say, okay, yes, skills are important and things, but really, do you want to be working in a corporation where you don't get to do a lot of work, it's quite alienating, or would you want to work in a cooperative, which is a very fast-growing sector, you get more opportunities, etc. You see that people are very much, at least in mine, maybe I'm not very inspiring in other ways, potentially, you know, they get more excited. And then I think where I also see a break is, and maybe it's because I'm also quite lazy sometimes, people are like, oh, but it takes a lot of work, and we talk a lot about co-creation. But when I talk as a very boring economist about like, well, no, we can reduce the opportunity costs, so we can make it easier for you to not think about it, just be part of a cooperative, be part of a commons, right, and then go about your day. One example about this in London, I think this is something that Martin talked about, is, you know, if you look at platform workers, right, they don't really want to get in a large Marxist conversation, though I try to engage them consistently in it, about the mode of production. What they want to know is, oh, how's the worker-owned platform coming that can make it very easy for me just to log on? Because they like the flexibility and freedom in part of being platform. They just don't like the fact that they get 20% of the profits from Uber, right? So I wonder if maybe one of the keys that we need to do in terms of what is to be done is to move from the ethics, move from the obviously ideological, which I think is a very liberal notion, and just get more materialist. Like, this is going to make our lives better. This is exactly how it makes our lives better. And some of the values, by the way, like cooperatives do have hierarchies sometimes, right? I think one of our colleagues, Rodrigo Nunes, his really great book, like Neither Vertical nor Horizontal, right? There is competition in a socialist, post-capitalist economy, right? It's not some orthodox thing, right? And it is innovative in this sense. But if we talk about how we make it easier to them engage, how it makes things better, and then it goes to, I think, Martin's point. That becomes then the point, like the political demand, because they say, wait a minute, why don't we have energy commons? And then we start saying, well, you know, for lack of a better word, it's demand, right? Then we can start bringing up the structural political issues, right? So I don't know if maybe that's helpful. Others might have had a much easier, better, more inspiring way. But I think, you know, when George and I, Kokkinidis and I have been working on the curriculum in Essex, I think we've been focusing a lot more just on the materialist question of value and how to achieve that value. And I do have to say, I think students, both at the community level and at the university level, they respond to it a lot, I think, more compellingly.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you. Martin or anyone else would like to come and comment on that or raise any other questions, comments? Martin.
Sorry, Melody. Yes. Yes, I can. I'd just like to come back to something that has been talked about quite a lot, about who we're talking to. And, you know, Martin said, well, we're talking to each other. We talked about inclusiveness. And I think that's something that we'll need to address, and it relates to the political question. And I think Eleni's idea this morning of citizenship could be quite helpful to sort of help build more inclusive connection, because the idea of citizenship is about where we connected to each other, we connected to all the sort of problem we face around us. We're not, it's not me and the economy, I'm the economy. So I think that the notion of citizenship could help making people at all level and in secondary school feel connected to not just social economy, but just the economy as, just the economy. The economy is not something out there that I have no action on or no power on. And with a citizenship, so you connect to people, you connect to sort of social problems, environmental problem, but also there's a notion of responsibility and empowerment. So, if you're a citizen, you're responsible for all the shit that's happening around. And if you're responsible for it, you also have some means of doing something about it. So I think that could be quite a useful way of thinking about broadening who we're talking to, at what level, and to get people connected, not because they share our value or they want to be nice, but because they're responsible for what's happening and because they have power to do something about what's happening. So I quite like the citizenship.
Martin,
That's
yes.
all. Yeah.
Just to amplify what Valerie was saying, really, it's always struck me as quite odd, and it's always a good way to start with students. Oh, a microphone, sorry. I thought I pressed it. There we go. Good way to start with students. When you talk to them about democracy, and they go nod, 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 yes, all very important and stuff like that, and then you ask them why democracy stops when you enter the workplace. Yeah, as if somehow political citizenship was something that we could talk about in abstract terms, but as soon as you are at the whim of your employer, then you simply have to nod the knee. And you see very similar arguments in terms of ethics too. You can talk to students about ethical behaviours, and they'll talk about their friends and their families and the rest of it, and then suddenly these things no longer apply when you walk into the work organisation. That's a kind of bizarre mismatch, isn't it? And I think pushing at some of that stuff with our students can surface some of their everyday understandings about what good and bad might mean in economic terms. Yeah.
Yorgos?
Just one brief comment on what was said before about the material dimension of values, which is an interesting one, needs to be. I mean, it is there, so why don't you report on what's being done in order to introduce more people on that? But my concern is that if you actually, the more that you do that, the more you channel people to domains or dimensions that you can easily materialize value. You can easily point out to the material dimension of values. And what is happening when the real problems are, it's not so easy to monetize the impact of your approach, of the result of your community engagement in addressing a societal problem. It's the same discussion that is currently happening about impact measurement and impact management. So the more we focus about how we monetize the result, which is interesting and useful, of course, in order to make public an approach, the less we're going to have interesting initiatives in domains and sectors that are actually needed. Why? Because it is difficult to find an easy way to monetize the results.
Thanks for that comment, Yorgos. Thank you. And I think we're going to come to this discussion in workshop 4 when we talk a little bit about the challenges we face in changing institutions and structures and processes in that respect. Any more questions from the floor? Eleni?
It's not about the question. I actually have 3 remarks. So, first one is that we tend to identify social economy with cooperatives. Cooperatives are part of the social economy sector. There are several other types, and according to the country we're based in, there are, some special characteristics anyway. I know that we know that, but I think it should be mentioned since we are dealing with social economy. Another remark is the fact that I have in mind several inclusive initiatives when it comes to the social economy field, embracing the different elements that ex-prisoners or refugees pair with them. And it's a pity, just a remark, it's a pity that these groups are not easily accessing education and not even the traditional labor market. So I think that the social economy is much more efficient in including people with diverse backgrounds, if we are to use the word diversity again. And another remark is the fact that we should bear in mind what I think Agnes was the one mentioning it in the morning, that when we are educating people who will be the next generation of social economy entrepreneurs, perhaps we should also have in mind those that do not necessarily strictly fall under the social economy organization, but a traditional, let's say, type of doing business. And I'm bringing the maybe extreme paradigm of a bank. But when it comes to reporting now in terms of ESG, it is, let's say, we should acknowledge it's a very first but very important step towards embodying some values that are closer to the social economy umbrella, let's say. Just these 3 remarks from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Eleni. Any more questions or comments before we close the session? And I think you...
If I may just...
Please, Yorgos, yes.
2 sentences on what Eleni just said, and thank you very much, Eleni, because an interesting additional domain of the work that is being done, and when we are talking about inclusive other parts of economic society, is exactly these borders of social economy and mainstream economy. It's not always black and white. There is something in between that can gain a lot and benefit a lot via this discussion. And I'm sure that many institutions here that are present here know of it and have worked on that. This is the one thing. The second thing, which is equally important, is that when social economic organizations, cooperatives or other types, are trying to find themselves how they can fit under the reporting schemes that are being developed outside the social economy approach, where it's so difficult. It's not about only ESG, it's the SDGs, it's even the initial notion of corporate social responsibility. When cooperatives see the corporate social responsibility, they cannot fit under the dimensions of it, because it's their core business to deliver these kind of things. But at the same time, they are not reporting what they are doing, so they are excluded. They are not in the picture. So I think that it may be the right time to try to find the right reporting schemes and approaches in order to fit the social economy, instead of introducing the organizations in the current reporting schemes. Thank you. Thank you, Maria.
Great, thank you, Yorgos. I think it's interesting to raise this at the last minute of our discussion, because it kind of ties up with issues of that I know that are very active in the area of European Union about procurement laws and how you change those to support and include social economy organizations in their competition with more traditional organizations as well. So I think we are done, and it will be the first time I moderate a session and that finishes on time. So I'd like to thank everyone for keeping time and making this. Thanks, everyone.
We were so intimidated by the ring bell of Sarah, so nobody
If I can ask everyone to just sign the sheet at the entrance still, if you haven't done so yet. Now we have a 1-hour lunch break, so we'll see each other again at 2. The lunch is just outside.
press always the button. Test.
Test. Hello.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
You can speak.
Hello?
You are muted somewhere.
Right. Transfer to this device.
Test.
Somewhere.
How many
you are
devices do I
muted
have?
in
I
your-
only have one. Ah. Oh,
No, but it's on
I
mine.
joined.
That's on mine. That's not in the speakers here. That's an issue.
Okay.
Look, if I muted you now.
Yeah, but look,
But we
if
are-
I'm speaking now, you are hearing me. It's something that goes from your
Yeah,
computer to...
exactly. And
Okay. Turn on the mic. Test. Turn off that mic. Sound. No.
But this is the same account as on the computer, so maybe just go
It's
out.
the same account.
Yeah, but this one not. This is mine
Ah, so
personally.
I just leave.
You can use only. You can mind to test.
So I leave this
Use
one.
mind to test, but it doesn't
Okay.
work.
Oh no.
So I don't know why.
Hello. No, mic is off. Hello. No. This.
Why?
If I'm speaking, do you hear me? Test.
Can you try one more?
Say it again.
Test. From your side, it doesn't.
So are we gonna have him in Teams?
We're trying. But my mic works. It's recording. It's recognizing my voice. I'm actually mostly just thirsty. I will eat, I think, at the end.
It's my account on this, right?
Yeah.
Test, test.
You've changed, Mati.
Stay connected.
So you are in the meeting, but
Please speak again. Try to.
This is us just saying random words to test. Unsuccessfully.
This is so annoying.
If it doesn't work, then it's too bad.
Yeah.
Are you a bit less angry now or no?
Yeah.
Thomas,
Save
in GD63, it's I don't know if it's an issue or not. For example, if I'm connected in Teams,
Hello? Aha. How did you We have to test it. I'm talking all the time, so let's see if it keeps working. Yeah.
everyone. I'm Luca, and together with my friends from the University of Bologna,
Eh les Bruxellois, la promo BXXL, c'est 150 € de réduction sur l'internet illimité et super rapide.
Pay close attention to this. Energy flows to where attention goes. If you are focusing different than sympathy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I see that maybe some people are not here, but yeah, they're gonna miss very, very interesting things. Anyway, so let's move on directly to the next workshop, which is going to be much more interactive than the previous ones, hopefully, right, guys? We're going to, surprise everyone. Without any further delay, I am going to start with introducing the speakers, the very nice speakers. So first, it will be Peter Bloom from University of Essex that is going to introduce us to a game. Well, you are not going to be able to play that game today, but hopefully very, very soon. But you're going to be introduced to this game, and of course, we are very much welcome to contact us so that you can become the testers, the first testers of the game. But I leave it all to Peter and his innovative way of presenting.
Okay. I'm not very good with technology, as I was just saying, so if I mess up. Yes, my name is Peter Bloom. I'm at the University of Essex. And really importantly, both politically but also in terms of kind of educationally, I've been trying for about the last 10 years to explore different ways in which we can promote the social economy. And one of the key aspects that I have found outside of trying to really promote not just individual cases of social economy organizations, but a social economy ecosystem and a kind of change the mode of reproduction from capitalism through the social economy, was that students and community members, they fell asleep after dinner or after lunch when I would try to lecture them about this, which, the revolution should have no ego. So I said, okay, let me explore what's at stake here. And I think there was a number of different things, but one of the key aspects about this is that we wanted to create things that were much more interactive, but also much more immersive and experiential. So for instance, in community settings, we have used localized things like VR and Minecraft to allow people to actually create their own social economy in their areas, and then use that as a basis through our online project platform to turn these into social economy realities. But I think one of the aspects that we found a lot was that there's been a huge amount of pedagogical discussion about gamification, which I think can be a bit dangerous. The revolution shouldn't be too instrumental, I think. But nevertheless, one thing that you found was that being able to link this to an immersive and experiential game was much more effective, whether it's a board game like I know has been created with this curriculum, or even something that's more digital like a video game. So we have spent a good amount of time designing a video game that will be done at the end of April. So definitely everyone here can test it. And we're going to also include it in the curriculum. We're also going to pilot it at the University of Essex, so it's the kind of first example of a kind of social economy video game. And I wanted to show it's by myself and Dr. George Allen, who got he's a computer scientist and developer who got his PhD from the Open University in interactive human-centric design. So one of the big things was that we wanted to integrate a kind of new social economy game, and we wanted to have, like, really importantly, right on, thank you. I'm getting older, so like when the text was very small, I didn't want to complain, but I can't see as well anymore. The other day, my son goes, "Dad, you're not old. You're just out of shape." I'm like, "Not helping, bud." Like, we wanted to have an innovative approach that would really be accessible to students and make them actually quite interested in this. We wanted an experiential approach so that they're kind of learning by doing, right? It's not that we're not interested in the more theoretical parts, which are extremely important, but we wanted to give an interactive experiential learning tool for them. And we wanted it to be engaging in the sense that it's not just about them doing things and kind of things, but actually also being used as a point for critical reflection and also personification. Like, how would they think about this, and how does this reflect some of their own experiences in terms of this? We wanted it to have a very strong real-world application, and we wanted to empower graduates as well so that they were able to gain key learning objectives and skills. Oh, there we go. I'm not good at this. I apologize again. Right on. I've outsourced it to someone better than me. Who says the social economy can't outsource? So what we wanted to do was actually build and give the ability for players to build their own social economy. So we picked 5 initial buildings. We're going to expand this to 10 at some point, but we wanted to with this initial version of the game to pilot it with 5 key, which would be an innovation center, a fab lab, a circular economy, a community kitchen and garden, and a social clinic. And what these are is it not only allows people to learn about what these kind of social economy buildings are, but through various types of missions that they would better be able to see how their interdependence are. And in doing so, learn more than just what a social economy organization is or a social economy building is, but actually what a social economy is. If you want to go to the next one. So we thought that this could very much help the skills and governments in Module 3. Also, the support structures in Module 4. And I think the support structure part is really important because one of the things the video game will be able to try to do is to really show that this isn't just a kind of neoliberal individualization, like, oh, you need to be more sustainable. It's actually showing them ways, like, if you want to create something more encompassing and holistic, these are the sets of support structures that are very important for that have to come from a wide variety of sectors and spheres. And then Module 6 about helping creating and assessing value. So in this sense, we want to also give them the opportunity to explore through the missions what they think is valuable and how they would evaluate it and how they would assess it. And I think this is also very important because as part of the curriculum that we're piloting and the pathways that we're doing, you know, we don't want to just have students having a basis upon which they are, you know, theoretically better understanding what the social economy is or just becoming better social entrepreneurs. Like, we want to give them the opportunity that, for instance, if they have the space for saying, we want you to create a degrowth economy, they can actually give a very clear strategy with KPIs over 6 months, 12 months, and 18 months with very strong evaluation metrics, right? So if we go to the next one, and I think it's there. So you might have seen this outside, but I wanted to give you a very small taste, and as it's going, I'll explain what it's going to look like when it's done. But here is an initial kind of demo, but sorry. So essentially, what we're working on now is completing the game. It'll have about 20 missions in between the different buildings. And each of these missions will be iterative, so they'll build on each other. And what you'll be able to see is that they'll be able to build up the social economy based on their own desires and what they think is important. But it'll also be able to give them information about it. It'll be able to give them case studies built into the game. And it'll be the basis upon which they can continually both embed it into the curriculum, but also independently learn, right? When we've played some little demos of earlier versions with this, with 14 to 17-year-olds, they quite enjoyed it. They liked the gamification part, but they really liked the ability to learn more while playing. You know, and that's always very interesting when you go and the first thing they said, he was like, don't make this like school. And you're like, okay, I'm a professor, like, that's entirely my job. Like, I'm not very exciting, like, but they really enjoyed that part, and this is why we put in quizzes as well and information boxes. But one of the great things is that as they do this more, They'll have much more opportunities to interact with non-playing character experts, much more opportunities to make new things, much more opportunities to build, but it'll also give them a really clear idea that this is not some abstraction. This is not something that exists in a different type of reality or multiverse, that we can make this now. We could use recycling to actually create the types of renewable materials that could then completely redefine manufacturing, right? We can create a type of economy that doesn't have to rely on, or so heavily on, currency and money, right? We could create sustainable food systems in which people actually have food for free and a wide variety and diverse variety of food. And I think what we're hoping to do with the game is to bring out this kind of very paradoxically, potentially, because it's a digital resource, this kind of very interactive and material aspect to them, right? To this idea that this is something, this kind of new world, is not something that exists in our minds or exists out here, but actually is something that people are building all around the world and that they can be part of. And that in the building of it, it actually would make their everyday lives better. Not just better, but significantly better. So we're really excited by the opportunity to have the support to finish the first version of this game. So by April, this will be a fully playable game. It's free to download. It can be used in the modules that we talked about. Also, you can share it as well for independent learning, which is important. And yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a dream of ours to be able to create these types of things so that people can really learn more about the social economy in a educational setting, but also community setting or a personal setting, and that they can link their own kind of enjoyment with ways in which they can truly reimagine how they recreate the world. So I hope that was interesting and helpful.
Thank you very much, Peter. And yeah, why don't we have the first reactions? What do you think? Come on. Any suggestions for improvements? You know, any ways that you would like to get engaged? Like, oh yeah, send me the link. I want to play.
I have a question.
Yeah? Yeah.
Does it have a like a leaderboard or something, like a competition element inside the game?
So that was Sorry about that. That was something that we talked a lot about, and I think that we wanted to make it competitive in a gamified way, but in at least this version to make it more individually competitive. Obviously, this is the kind of thing with games, right? So you really will be able to know how effective it is when we're done, and then in a year, because we'll be able to get the feedback, and you'll have people actually just say that, like, actually, I would love more of a leaderboard. What you will see, though, is much more ability, kind of like a leaderboard to be able to say, like, how close am I to being able to make this? Or, you know, have I been able now to collect enough things and knowledge to make insulin for our community and these types of things? But it's a good point. It's something we talked quite a bit about, you know. But it's a good idea, and it's also very interesting. I should share, because what you see is that even though we talk a lot about cooperation, I think there needs to be more space to talk about how within actually social economies, there's a lot of non-capitalist competition that occurs, whether it's hackathons or exactly things. I mean, we've seen in some of the most interesting examples of the commons, right? The ability for people to be competitive about, you know, how can I increase the ways in which we're efficiently governing resources and things like that. So yeah, it's a really, really good point. Thank you.
If can I add something? Just an idea, because we're talking about the leaderboards and competition, and I was thinking, like, in most games, this is what you have. Okay, you have leaderboards. You're expecting somebody to be a winner at the end. But what about if you play... There are these kind of games, maybe some people are familiar, like, I don't know. One that I have in mind is Arkham Horror, which is a game, a cooperative game, and you are playing against the board. So there are these scenarios where monsters from other dimensions come and you need to block the entrances. So perhaps instead of a leaderboard here, we can think also about the possibility of creating this kind of cooperative game where you're playing against the board in a way. So in this case, you don't have a board, it's a simulation game, but so there are different options that.
No, it's a good one. We thought about through the time banking element. So in this sense, the faster they complete things and the better they complete things, it also then teaches them about time banking. But it's a good point. I mean, I had this notion when you were mentioning monsters and things that I just imagined George, our developer, feeling like Star Wars, like, I feel a disturbance in the Force. But yes, no, I mean, it's both of those, both the competition part, but then also can you compete? We've built in the competition part, we're building in the competition part a little bit as you speak, though, through time banking.
Yes?
I wasn't thinking mainly about a leading board, but I was thinking, I was making the connection about the reality, the system that goes on now, and the solution that this board game, this game gives. And I was thinking maybe a timer, and as the time goes by, and the consequences of not acting responsibly catch us, because there is also in some Call of Duty versions that the contract is becoming less and less and less as the time goes by, and it shows the importance of finishing fast.
No, right on. Like, and that's exactly what we're thinking about with the time banking aspect. And I think that with the future, one of the things that we can think about is using the time aspect also to maybe build in implicitly the more political structural aspect. Like, so, you know, you have a certain amount of time, not just for the time banking, but also this kind of sense of pressure because, as Martin said earlier, like, what is to be done? Like, we don't have years to do this, right? So, you know, but that's something that we can definitely think about as we further develop.
It's also educative in a way.
Yeah, most absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, we can continue the discussion, you know, during the day, I guess. But this is only to say that the game can be as an introductory framework of what social economy simulation might be towards a real, you know, social economy world. And we also have three other examples that can show the different little parts of this world. So we go the next one with Valerie and George about value creation. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Can we have the slide? Yes, we've got it. Great. Am I starting, George? Yeah, okay. So George and I did, did this value, we did the module on creating and assessing value. And as part of the module, we wanted to create a tool that could be used by students, but also by social economy organization to assess and to think about the values that they created and how they would create that value. So we drew upon various existing framework, the Common Good Matrix, which you might be familiar with, our Social Business Canvas, or the Donut Economic that Martin mentioned earlier. So we sort of did a bit of a mix of all these bits and pieces and came up with this value creation framework, which we propose as a way for students or social economy organization. So it's supposed to be some sort of flexible tool to reflect upon the sort of value they want to create, for whom they want to create it, and how they organize themselves to create that value. Now, in terms of the various stages, so we sort of suggested 4 stages in the value creation framework, the first of which is about value proposition, where students or users are encouraged to think about what sort of need they would like to address, what value they want to create to address this need, and to whom they want to, or who is supposed to benefit. So that sort of introduced students to some of the complexity of maybe some conflicting values and conflicting interest in the creation of value. For example, you could say you want to create value in terms of, I don't know, organic food, but there might be some conflicting interest between, say, consumers who may have to pay more, farmers who may want to earn a living. So by using this sort of framework, you can sort of highlight some of the tension between multiple stakeholders. So the first thing is about value proposition, thinking about what value and for whom. And do you want to?
Yes, and here we can use maybe an example that was also one of the like the social clinic, for instance. So if we take the example of the social clinic and we think about Europe in the last 10, 15 years with the financial crisis, so a lot of people, they were uninsured, they had no access to healthcare. That was a very big problem in Greece, at least, or in many Mediterranean countries, you have problems with refugees not having access to healthcare. And then you're thinking about yourselves being part of a social clinic, and you need to think about, okay, the value proposition, okay? So what are the needs that you want to address? What do you think? How would you answer this kind of question? What are the needs we're trying to address?
You say needs, the needs that have the refugees or immigrants who arrive to the country and cannot access healthcare, so they need to treat their medical problems.
Exactly. So if we start using this kind of framework, in terms of your value proposition, which is what are the needs that we are trying to address. The immediate need that you see is like access to healthcare for people that they are disadvantaged or they don't have access. And while you are asking this kind of question, there are also other sub-questions you can ask, like, okay, so we're trying to cover this need. What exactly are we offering them? Okay, it might be dentistry, it might be about mental health, it might be about GP or whatever else. So these are the kind of questions that we are going to ask if we are in a setting of a social clinic and we are trying to define what is our value proposition. And this is then going to inform the follow-up steps, which is like the organizational design.
Yeah. So the next step is, okay, so you've decided you wanted to provide healthcare for refugees, for example, and to be more inclusive in the way of who benefits from healthcare. Then there's a question of organization, and it's a means and ends sort of question. So how do you organize yourself to deliver that sort of value in a way that reflects the value? So there's no point, one of your value being inclusive, but organizing yourself in a way that is not inclusive. So the sort of organizational question that we encourage people to think about in that value creation framework is all sort of thing about to do with ownership structure. Who owns the organization? How dispersed is the ownership, but also the governance structure. So who makes a decision? How many people? What sort of decision? Remuneration policies. If one of the values is equality, is everyone paid the same or not? Or is there some sort of ratio between top and bottom pay? What are the decision-making processes? Is it based on consensus? Is it based on whatever? So there is some need to be consistent, especially in social economy organization, between values and what you want to deliver, and the way you organize yourself to deliver these values.
I think the important issue to discuss here is about how we are going to operationalize the principles that we have. So thinking about creating a social clinic that will run based on completely different principles from what you have in a traditional healthcare setting, that in most cases it will be extremely hierarchical at all levels. Here you're trying to create something different, okay? So we're talking about, as Valerie was saying, like equality or more democratic decision-making process. How are you going to do these kind of things in a traditionally super hierarchical setting like a clinic, yeah? And we thought that this is a kind of very interesting example to use because we can see in real life, actually, how this is what is happening across Europe as we speak, particularly in terms of addressing this kind of problems, access to healthcare. And we think that a framework like the one we have created, when you start asking these kind of questions, they move from the theoretical level of trying to be democratic in terms of how are we going to operationalize it. So when we talk about consensus decision making, how is this going to happen in practice? What do we need to have in place in order to make something like this? And depending on the setting, because we're talking about very autonomous initiatives, again, you will see different processes in different types of social clinics as well. In some, they have what they call assembly meetings, where everybody comes together and make decisions. In other clinics, that they have a larger number of members, and they need to include also people that are coming from social movements, for instance. This might require to have different spaces where decisions will take place. So these kind of questions, also the very important question that Martin mentioned earlier on, which I think is important in terms of everything we do and we say here, is that of ownership and governance. Like, who is owning the place? And then you can talk about governance as well. Because it's one thing to talk about democracy and it's another thing to do it in practice, especially when you are talking about a scenario where everybody is equal. And by talking about equality here, at least from the research that I'm doing as well, it's not just about doctors coming together and talking to each other. It's about how can you involve what you call patients or whatever you want to call it, users, use a different language as well, perhaps is important here, so that you can make it more inclusive, rather than using doctor-patient language that is very, it creates this kind of hierarchies as well. So it's a question of how are you going to involve them in the decision-making process. So the model that we have created here is about thinking in practical terms, how are you going to operationalize all these ideas that we are preaching about in the social economy. And what we are saying as well is that we need to use a different language. So unlike previous models that they were talking a lot about clients and customers, we're trying to avoid using this kind of language precisely because we think it's very hierarchical. Yeah? Therefore, in our model, we use the word users instead. Okay, so this is just another example.
Yeah. Another important issue here is that of specialization. So, for example, particularly in a health clinic, so there would no longer be a specialization between, say, patient and doctors, but everyone would have some involvement. So, or at least it encourages people to reflect upon what roles they can play without prioritizing certain roles or certain professions or specialism. Okay, the next stage in our framework is about trying to map the ecosystem. I'm aware of the time. So here the idea is to try to understand who are the stakeholders in sort of setting up this social economy organization. So who are the various people who might benefit in all sort of different ways, by working there, by maybe benefiting from some of the services, by being part of the community. People who might cooperate with you, it could be your citizens, local community, consumers, whatever it is. So there's all sort of stakeholders who will be affected positively and maybe even negatively by the organization. So the idea is to try to map all these stakeholders and identify who is going to be supportive of this value proposition and in what way can they be supportive, what sort of resources can they bring. And also evaluate the external condition, be it the legal, the political, the environmental, and frame or conditions that are going to support or not the particular project that you want to put forward. I don't know if you want to develop this. We've got not much time.
Do we have time?
4 minutes.
We have 4 more minutes.
I thought it was 3 minutes
for the whole. Okay, so we do have time.
I'm sorry.
So yes, again, when it comes to the ecosystem, we're talking about who are the different stakeholders. Again, if we have to use the specific example of the social clinic, maybe we can even think about moving beyond this idea of stakeholders and use again a very different language. So rather than talking about different stakeholders coming together, we can talk about how we create communities of care, for instance, okay? So kind of more inclusive language. But the idea here is like trying to identify what are the key stakeholders in this particular setting. That will be the refugees, the local communities, the doctors. Then think about external to the actual operations of the clinic, thinking about social movements, solidarity support networks, how do you connect with pharmacies, for instance, external to the clinic, and then try to understand all the different conditions that can create barriers or opportunities when it comes to expanding your operation. So these are the kind of things that we're discussing under the ecosystem section.
Okay, and the last stage of the framework is about implementation. So it's about trying to think of all the practical, critical activities that you need to put in place to start delivering on this value proposition. So, for example, it could be, well, obviously thinking about finances and where you would find various sources of finances, but also mobilizing social relationships and human capabilities. What sort of capabilities could you mobilize, be it voluntary work or non-voluntary work? Where will you get it? Various financing streams, sources of funding. So in the case of the social clinic, one question could be, well, where will we find some space, for example, to run a social clinic? I'm sort of stepping on your toes here.
No, it's fine. I mean, one thing would be suitable space. And again, when I'm presenting now about social clinics, I'm thinking of different real examples I can think of across Europe. And in Greece, we had a kind of wave of social clinics, and there were different approaches to it. So in some places, you can go and occupy a space and create a social clinic. In other places, you will rent the space, or the space will be given to you by somebody. So, and that has to do also with the tactics that you want to use, because very often these kind of initiatives, they operate in a very hostile environment. So we also need to take these kind of issues into consideration. Then there are questions about the sustainability of these initiatives. Who is financing them? How they're financed, yeah? Do you do it through donations? And then when we talk about donations, by whom?
And the sort of autonomy question that is attached to that.
So exactly. So it's a question of autonomy here, because sometimes the donation will come with these small letters that you might not want to agree with. So it's a question of who you work with, or who do you want to be affiliated with when it comes to the financing aspect. And another thing that maybe we can mention here again, because I kind of keep doing this big deal about the language. In general, we were talking before about democracy and as a skill and so on. I think it's not just about skills, it's about the practices, the processes you have in place. I cannot teach you to be democratic. Okay, I can tell you why it's important, but unless you are in an environment that the processes allow us, create these subjectivities, if you like, where we can be more democratic, it cannot happen otherwise. So I think one thing that is important is the process and the practices you have in place. And the second is the language that we use. And the language both in terms of the theories we develop, if I have to think of myself as an academic in a business school, what kind of language am I using, okay, in terms of the theories? Because it's fine to talk about social entrepreneurship, but you can, or sustainability, you can talk about democracy, but all these terms can be easily co-opted and can be used for completely different purpose from what they were supposed to. So I think the language here is very important, and something that we found and we used in our tool as opposed to other tools used in social economy, is that we don't talk about human resources, for instance. We talk about human relations. I'm not saying that the others are talking about human resources necessarily in a very mainstream managerial term, but we think that this kind of language, talking about human relations as resources, create this kind of exclusions, create this kind of dominations, exploitation, and all these problems. So I think we need both processes, practices, and a different language that we have to use. Yeah? That's from me.
Okay, well, thank you very much to both of you. I think.
Was it okay?
I think you touched upon a continued, like, you know, going to the next topic that we are addressing in this workshop. You talked about communication. You also talked about creating human relations, and of course, these are two sort of soft skills, right, Eleni? And she will be introducing into more of these. Eleni Bledza, thank you.
Thank you, Effie. So, along with my colleague Gerini Zekou from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and with the kind support of Sotiris Lainas, also professor at the Aristotle University, we managed, thanks. Yeah, thank you. We managed to compile the material on skills. So, the word skills has been mentioned quite several times today in this room. So, what do we mean by skills, though? So, I guess, before I move on to the slide so you can cheat, I guess that you have heard the distinction between hard or soft skills, okay? So, would someone like to take the floor and share a few things on what do we mean by hard skills? The bravest one, sorry? Discipline. Do you consider it as a hard skill, right? For most people, it's hard. It's a hard skill, let's say. It's hard to be disciplined for sure. In this sense, I'm pretty convinced that you're right. Anyone else? Yes?
I'm not sure if I'm right. I understood that hard skills are concrete capacities, no? Like open and do an Excel document or doing an interview with someone, like the interview technique itself, it's a hard skill, so I can list it, like, or the hard skills I know, and the soft skills for me are the skills that accompany all these hard skills, no? Like.
So I need. Someone takes the floor, then the mic is being deactivated. So, when it comes to hard skills, it is rather the knowledge and the competencies we require through academic and technical education. So, it's something much more technical than the part of soft skills. What this could entail? It could be accounting knowledge, it could be legal knowledge, it could be how to write on Excel, digital skills, marketing skills, operational skills, those skills that are also crucial when it comes to running a business, a core business. And it is also to mention that hard skills are obtained through formal education, like the one you're running through your own platform, languages. So language is, whichever, Chinese, is considered to be a hard skill. So within my toolkit of knowledge, I bear the knowledge of being efficient and fluent in languages, or being good at doing the payrolls every month and paying my staff. But when it comes to soft skill, then you have competencies that are linked to rather informal, non-formal education, which means that we are talking about less technical issues and competencies, like team building, active listening, being member of a team, conflict resolution, communication, networking, and things that you will come to see in a while. No? When we set up the Living Labs during the very first steps of 4Cs project, it was mentioned by the audience that there is also another type of skills, another category. They particularly mentioned the cultural skills. As you may see, we have refrained from using the specific term because sometimes this might create some misunderstandings when it comes to the cultural background or the ethnical or the linguistic or religious background of a person. So we'd rather refer to it as the value system. So what do we mean by that? If we were within a scheme that highly values cooperation or transparency, or its motto is us versus me, or it does a great job in terms of out-of-the-box thinking, or on democratic governance, or on recognition of the value of social capital, this means that we are rather enabled than impeded in developing further our skills. Of course, it is not the social economy organization per se and the only context in which these skills can flourish or can be not developed further. It needs a political, social context that can help with that. It needs an environment and networks and partnerships around the scheme that could also play the role on that. So why do we focus on soft skills? Because I think that you have rather you have the feeling that I rather tend to focus on soft skills while I talk. So if you have this question on your mind, it is because the hard skills part is mostly covered by the other module we're running under this project, that is running a social economy organization by our Unibo in Italy colleagues. And soft skills is something that we have encountered as a great gap when it comes to social economy studies, and also a gap in the field. Another thing is that soft skills cannot be that easily taught in theory and within a classroom. It's not like I'm sitting here, I will do my homework, I will do my assignment, I will study for a couple of months, and then I will have, let's say, a diploma in my hands. It's not like that. It needs more time, and it takes more practice and hands-on experience. Another thing is that the feedback we have received from the actors in the field of social economy showed that there is a lack of deficiency of basic, very basic still, soft skills, which can hinder the smooth cooperation between the group members and consequently the successful outcome of the scheme, and can sometimes even lead to the demolition, the dissolution of the scheme. So it's not a minor thing. If we do not know how to cooperate with each other, or we fight within our teams, it does not play that much role if I am very good at accounting, as you may understand. So it hinders everything. Now, acknowledging our deficiency in soft skills often requires courage. So it's not the easiest thing on earth to acknowledge that I'm not good at public speaking, for example, or at working in teams. It hurts. It crashes on our ego, as I think we all can internally at least acknowledge. And there's a rather complex and systematic process for developing soft skills. Now, as we tried to combine material on skills, we thought, especially on soft skills, we encountered a huge issue. There was not a solid database on which soft skills are, let's say, quoted. So there was no actually curriculum for us. It was not like we had plenty of resources in our hands, and then we could go to a library or to Google and search for them. It was not as it might happen when it comes to other types of skills, like working on Excel. Nevertheless, as we heard in the first panel, especially in the morning, it seems that skills are high on the EU agenda, and this is something that it's been proven also by the fact that 2023 was we're still running the last months of the European Year of Skills. There is also the Pact for Skills, as Cornelia mentioned in the morning. And if we combine these initiatives with the 2021 EU Action Plan for the Social Economy, it rather shows that more and more focus will be given to the soft skills parts in the coming period, which is rather, oh my God, Effie, I was shocked by what minutes are left. So what do we want to achieve by the module is to stress the importance of skills to the students, to familiarize them with the classification between hard and soft skills, and to help them develop further a wider range of soft skills. It's, this counts. In any case, we will just demonstrate. I will go straight forward to the exercise, Effie. I guess the presentation will be shared with the audience. So, just for the previous one, thank you, Peter Jan. So, just for you to have an overview of the module, is what we will be taught under this module is, of course, introduction to skills, but some very crucial soft skills like boosting creativity and visionary thinking, communication skills, engaging with diversity and team building, conflict management, democratic decision making, organizational skills, networking, and values and skills interaction. So just keep that in mind, and let's move very quickly to...
Do you want to help?
Oh yeah, why not? Please, if you would like, just there are 15 of them. this. In the morning, you had to fill in a slide question. The very first one was, which one of the skills do you consider as the most basic one when it comes to the social economy sector, to being part of the social economy group? Okay. And I remember very well that the basic word that was depicted on the screen was the one on empathy. So, please, Peter Jan, before you do the photo shooting, could we please move on with the video? It's like 1 minute animation video on what do we mean by empathy. It would be very interesting for me at least to know what do you think by that and how this relates to sympathy or not. But let's see this video from Brené Brown. Brené Brown is an American coach that deals a lot with empathy. And through an animation video, she shows what empathy is at the end of the day. So, there we go.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you climb down. I know what it's like down here. And you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no. You want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. Yeah. And we do it all the time. Because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Those of you who have a piece of paper in their hands are kindly invited to write down anonymously one thing that involves your working environment or your studies and causes you anxiety or stress, something you feel discomfort about and you don't really feel like sharing it easily with others. So take a moment to reflect and write down something that brings you anxiety, something that you cannot really tell to your team leader, to your colleague, to your boss, to your professors. That side. It would be 2 sentences. It doesn't need to be anything. Come on, guys. Time management skills, soft skills. It's true that I need to work on it.
I'm not motivated to work anymore. Yeah, I feel that. No, can't hear no. Maybe later.
Proving that I am enough for the opportunity I've gotten.
Proven that?
I am enough for the opportunity I've gotten.
Share my ideas with my family.
Although it seems easy, for some people might not have.
Financial issues.
Financial issues.
I don't know how to say to my boss I need time about creativity projects.
Not equal treatment inside the team.
As an independent entrepreneur, there is nothing that cannot be expressed.
Not to be able to have excellent academics results working, and without them not to be able to enter to a public affordable master.
Nice. The rest of you?
Financial resources at the end of the month after paying all the bills.
I need better time management in my work.
Okay. There you go. Pressure.
Not enough time.
Okay.
I mean, some are in line with the organization, with the organization, the enterprise. The other one is in line with the personal feelings.
Generally speaking, you get a lot of reactions, a lot of people nodding, a lot of people like reacting to it. So even if it's not the personal experience of everyone, like they connect and they react to it and they're sensitive to it.
So is this called empathy? If we are to phrase it, could we label it as empathy?
Yes.
Which is connected to the video.
Mhm.
Which means that sometimes when we carry something alone, it feels.
So thank you very much all for sharing, and you are not alone. Okay, thank you very much. And let's go to another very, very valuable experience that was co-created in our project by Maria Causarano and Sofia Cecilia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Maria, and I collaborate with the University of Bologna for this specific project C4Cs, and I'm here representing also the master course in Management for Social Economy based in Forlì. Well, today I would like to share with you one part of the journey that our team had to work on. But first of all, I would like to ask you some questions. So who had the opportunity to study with a podcast? Okay, so we have somebody in there. Okay, and who had the opportunity to be a podcaster? Okay, twice, the same person. Okay, thank you. So this is what we will go through. Our pilot case was exactly about podcasting as an innovative didactic. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, a little tense today. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So, innovative didactics is a methodology that fosters new life into conventional approaches like textbook or frontal lectures by connecting with the multimedia elements. Although we develop more materials, as I said, today I will be focusing more on podcasts. Thanks to the audio support, we not only enrich educational experiences, but also foster creativity, technical and communication skills. Now, I will try to use this. Okay, now let's embark on our roadmap and the creation of innovative materials through podcast. Imagine a scenario where students are not only passively learning, but actively contributing to their education. They started by identifying a real need within the local community. And in our case, we explored different organizations, such as 2 social cooperatives and 1 cooperative bank. Through this exploration, 3 main themes emerged: the corporate welfare, contract policies, and social inclusion policies. To delve into these themes, students conducted interviews with CEOs, human resources managers, and workers. And they act also as a professional podcasters. They recorded, edited, and also created content which truly captured the essence of the discussions. Of course, when it comes to the technical part, they also had to challenge themselves by using a tool like, I don't know why, I can't go to the next. Okay, okay, Peter, thank you. Again. They also had to challenge themselves with the use of 2 tools, or mostly Audacity, the software for editing and also recording the voice of their interviewee. And then Spreaker, which is the platform that University of Bologna chose as an official podcast channel. Okay, next slide, if you can. Okay, let's go through the milestones that this podcast gave to us. Not only students embarked on an experimental dissertation, because for them was this mostly also useful. It was a tool useful for their dissertation. But they also enhanced the teaching experience for future students, because this podcast was used in our group of students during a subject at university. And this project exemplifies through co-creation and co-production with the together with the CE organizations and professor. And moreover, it helped to improve the students' transversal skills from technical production to creativity and improvisation. But why did they choose the theme of corporate welfare? Well, it's a topic often whispered among workers, but yet seldom discussed in the classroom. So their goal was simple: to explore the practices of corporate welfare within different organizations and understand how workers perceive them. So by carefully selecting organizations and conducting interviews with key stakeholders, students crafted a compelling 5-episode podcast series, and each episode delved into the legal framework, provided a glimpse through the workers and managers interviews, which culminated in a provoking debate among various actors. Now the floor. Okay. So let's get into the details of the implementation of the podcast. In March 2023, our students begin their adventure. Students and stakeholders are the protagonists of this innovative education activity, in which young students leave the classrooms and the typical frontal lecture to go to the third sector organization, in this case cooperative credit banks and social cooperatives, and conduct interviews with managers, human resource managers, and workers in order to capture the view of all the components of the organization interviewed. Through the podcast, the goal of co-creation and co-production with the active involvement of students and stakeholders is fully realized. So the previous... no, it's the 7. Sorry, the previous one. Okay. There is a short video in this slide. Okay.
So it is a video?
Yeah, it was a video. Okay, no problem. No, I don't know. No, it was. Okay, no, Peter.
Hello everyone.
No.
With my
Okay, no problem. So no, this picture actually is a video. It's a video. It's okay. No We problem. don't need it. It's okay. No, we moved. Yeah. No. So no problem, Peter. The next slide. Okay, this. Okay, in this picture we see one of our students in the post-interview stage, then in the technical editing stage. For privacy reasons and to ensure excellent sound quality, our students chose to dub the interviewees' voices. The choice certainly lacked the time needed to produce the podcast, but at the same time allowed the students to grapple with the unique challenges, such as learning how to use the tools of editing, but also challenging themselves in the role of dubbing, identifies as much as possible with the tone and the style of the interviews. But now, let's give the floor to the students who produced the podcast. Okay, in this short video, they will talk about the challenges and the skills they acquired.
Hello everyone, I'm Luca, and together with my friends from the University of Bologna we created Be Social. I decided to join this project because I was fascinated by the idea of creating a podcast where we could directly engage with people in the cooperative world, giving the topics we studied a face and a voice. I specifically handled the recording and editing phases of the podcast, and these aspects were particularly interesting to me because I wasn't aware of the work behind them, and I enjoyed discovering it. It wasn't easy to achieve clear and crisp recordings, but with good organization of the recording space and continuous adjustment to the audio quality based on feedback received at the moment, we try to minimize external distortion as much as possible. Thanks to the collective effort we put into the project, we successfully created Be Social, and I hope you enjoy it. Bye!
And live meetings. We shared the contents in Google Drive. My main role contract research, and I participate in the writing of episodes.
During the creation of our podcast, we learn how to research and analyze documents and information, which was then used to structure the various episodes and summarize them in a way that made them easily accessible and understandable. Additionally, we developed the ability to work as a team by dividing roles to effectively manage time and resources in the way we deemed efficient. Overall, it was an extremely educational and enjoyable experience. For instance, some of us had never recorded anything before, so we were forced to learn how to use tools for recording and editing. In the end, after overcoming the initial awkwardness of hearing our recorded voices, we were very satisfied with the result. We hope that the podcast can be a useful tool for students and professors alike.
Okay. In December 2023, our podcast was first piloted in classroom with the first-year students of the master's degree in management for social economy in Forlì. Professor Federica Bandini explained the themes of the podcast to the students, and the students listened to the podcast in the classroom. And Maria and I were in charge of not only understanding the students' actual comprehension of the content, but we also interviewed the young students, making sure that the innovative teaching activity was effectively successful. We obtained feedback from all 15 participants, and 100% of the students were satisfied with the experience they had with the podcast, Innovative Teaching Methodology, and 75% of the students considered the podcast to be an effective tool for teaching. Our users were also asked to what they would improve about the podcast here in the classroom, and we report here some of the suggestions. Okay, the next, please. Thank you. Our student comments are mainly on technical side, so improving the quality, the sound quality, and dubbing skills, acting skills of the podcast creators. Then more spontaneity and more interaction between interviewer and interviewee. No criticism regarding the content of the podcast. We have reported to you here a successful example of co-creation and co-production by students and stakeholders for students. So much more can still be done, but from our point of view, we are certainly on the right direction. Okay. Thank you. And the podcast is available on the C4C's platform, so you can go on the website and find our podcast.
Okay. On our side, a big applause to all of you. Thank you very much for your experiences. I hope you like them also. And apologies for the next workshop, and just giving the floor right away. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've managed to have very little delay today, so congratulations, it's very hard. And I invite all the speakers to come with me. Thank you, Effie, and thank you for the last panelists. We're moving now on to our final discussion, the fourth and last workshop of today. And that workshop is going to be, it's titled, What's Next for Social Economy Education? So today is about discussing broadening the debate a little bit and see what are the next steps, a bit of looking into the future of social economy education. And I'm very happy to welcome our panelists today. So we have one panelist online. It is Mr. Brando Benifei, the member of the European Parliament from the Socialist group.
Hi, hello.
Hello, Mr. Benifei. Thank you for joining.
Hi.
We're also, so Mr. Benifei, you're a close advocate of social economy and cooperatives in Italy. So very happy to welcome you today. We're also having Professor Dr. Georgios Kritsas from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece. You've worked on the project and you've worked on social economy and spatial development in particular, but very happy to hear about your inputs later. We also have Professor Dr. Maria Daskalaki from the Oxford Brookes University in the UK, and you're also part of the Scientific Advisory Council of the project. And finally, last but not least, Eduardo Martin. Thank you for joining as well. You're a postgraduate from the University of Salamanca in Spain. You've studied social economy, ethical finance. You're also a teacher now in economics for high schoolers, and you're also a member of the youth network Jóvenes por Fiare, which advocates social economy and ethical finance among young people. A lot of cap. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. So, as I said, we've discussed about the needs and the skills. We discussed about the materials that were developed and how innovative they are. Now we're trying to broaden a bit the discussion, and I'm gonna first, before digging into the questions, I'm gonna ask some Slido questions. Again, I'm going to ask you to participate. I think by now everyone knows how to use it. And can we see the perfect? So to start off a bit the discussion, I'm going to ask you if social economy was a mainstream economic model, what do you think the education would look like? I'm going to look at the answers and then start off the discussion. I like this. Fun. Yes, it should be. No evaluation, no marks. I mean, we have teachers and professors now, so it's going to be an interesting debate. Close to the needs. Flower. Worldwide presence. Experiential, interactive. Cooperative and horizontal. Okay. I like this. We're popular. Yes, I think it should be more popular. Okay. Cooperative in big. Transdisciplinary. Perfect. I'm gonna use some of these words then to start off. I think I'm gonna start my first question to Georgios, if you if you don't mind. But so this panel is about what's next in social economy. You've seen a couple of words on the screen. So the question is to you is what should be our ambition regarding social economy education? In your opinion, what should we aim for? What would it look like? And maybe if you see some words that speak to you on this.
It's okay? Yes. Thank you very much about all this. And it's very nice to see the words cooperative, transdisciplinary, popular Yes, I think that maybe is the ambitions we have from social economy. But I was thinking that there have to be three main ambitions. The first one is how, with social economy, education can change the understanding of the economy. I think this is the first one thing that we have in our mind. What does that mean? First, to realize that in the economy, in this economy, there are different types of enterprise, labor compensation, transactions, property, finance, and the final combination in every area or in every moment, in any moment, is a matter of ethical decisions of the members of the community. That means that there is no obligatory in advance way of economy to function. What makes a difference about when you have this in your mind? You don't have to speak about or think about social economy only as to fill the gaps, or only as a second or a third option. You can have in your mind that social economy could have the power to spread forward itself in all the sectors of economy, and education, of course, could help a lot in this. So the first thing is how Gibson Graham approach about this is called politics of language. So I'm coming now to the second one of ambitions that can be covered with the name politics of cultivating the subject. And what is about cultivating the subject? Yeah. People often scared in front of change. We are a reluctant subject. We don't have the change. We are afraid. Let's think, if someone searches for a job, what he will make in the morning when he will wake up. Sorry, he searches about the offers of jobs, but he will not think how to establish a cooperative. And is a way that there's a way to change something like this. And the answer is already being answered now. The before panels is something like building the community. It's something like empathy. And I was asking Peter to play a song. It's an old song. But it was not about empathy, but I think that the person who makes the song wants to say empathy, but he said sympathy. And when I went to, just a moment, the lyrics, yeah? Where's the lyrics? I lost the lyrics. Just. You have it? Okay. Just. Yes.
Into your bed tonight, and when you lock and bolt the door, just think of those out in the cold and dark, 'cause there's not enough love to go round. And sympathy is what we need, my friend. And sympathy is what we need.
And empathy is what we need, our friends.
And sympathy is what we need, my friend. not enough love to go around. No.
Thank you very much. And what about all this fear? Fear is gone by the community, the empathy, that you understand that other people are in the same route, in the same path with you. And this is something that makes you free to feel and to make with them something different. So the second thing, the second ambition about social economy education is to cultivate subjects to be a social economy subject, if I may to use something like this. The third ambition is, okay, it's collective action. Collective action, we understand all that is something that is not going by its own, okay? Good practices have to be shared. Knowledge about how to can build networks have to be spread, and the ways that we can influence local and regional economies to have paths, post-growth paths, if I may. And of course, it's rather obvious that social economy education can play a crucial role about all these things that I've already mentioned. So, because we are from the program, I have asked myself at first, could these three kinds of ambition fulfilled through the master program? It's a question that I have posed to myself, I guess. And okay, I said the answer is yes. Yes. But why? The answer is yes. But because we try to widen the scope of this master program to cover that kind of things. It's not a program about how only to run an enterprise. It's a program how to build commons, how to have skills about empathy and sympathy, how to have a value project, etc. And this is not, this is, we have searched many programs, master programs in Europe, and we find out that some issues about all this, okay, well, it's parts from one and the other, but all together are not. And we tried to tie all this together. And the last thing, diversity thing that many have mentioned in the first panel, the second panel, etc. What have to be the first degree of the students? And because we have a teacher here, I want to share my experience from Hellenic Open University, where I'm also director and teacher. The name of the master program there is Social and Solidarity Economy. I find out there that an electric engineer learn how to build energy community. A software engineer learns how to build open source communities. A doctor, because we have doctors in the program, learn how to establish a social local clinic that George has. And of course, a teacher, I will let to the teacher then to answer what social economy could be for teaching the children, because I learn about you and I search you, I Google you, and I find that it's a very project that we want all to hear it, how it's going now. This is the three ambitions that I think that could be the base for social economy education, and we hope that with the master program this could be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very thorough and complete response. you will definitely be able to hear speak later, because we have that exact question for you. Yes, you mentioned a lot of like I think things that we responded well to it, and we agree with the collective action and the sharing the good practices, working in network, working together. And I'm going to jump on that and ask a question to Mr. Benifei, who's online. I'm going to basically ask you the same question, Mr. Benifei, about the ambitions on social economy. What are the current EU ambition at the moment with social economy, and also the ambition about social economy education, if there are any, and yes, to like build this common master and build these common networks that we've discussed. Like, what are the ambitions right now at the EU level? What can we expect?
First of all, I want to thank you and thank the organizations that are there, and Cooperatives Europe and more, and in general the social economy organizations that also help us with the social economy intergroup in the European Parliament. I must say that when I started my activity in the European Parliament, it was 2014, and the first report I had to look at, I was the shadow rapporteur for my group, was exactly about the social economy. It was about the resilience of the social economy in the economic crisis of the first years of the 2010s. So when the US subprime crisis has swept through the world, and also the EU had its own financial distress, and the impact was also measured, and the results were interesting in seeing that the social economy enterprises were the most resilient ones, and the ones that lost less jobs. They were able to maintain their adaptability to the changing situation in the economic scenario. So I was immediately brought to this work on the social economy at the time, and also in this mandate I had the chance to work on the single market program in the budget of the EU by voting to enlarge the single market instruments to support enterprises, also to the social economy. So we, together with other MEPs, we worked in many instances to support social economy and its model. But clearly, we need to work for more education and more understanding. If I may, I will say what we are doing, what I see that we can be doing today, but also if I can anticipate a possible future question, because unfortunately I am not sure I can stay for the whole time, so maybe I will also look a bit at the future. I will also say a bit what we should do for the future. But today, what is the ambition, as you were asking? Today, the ambition that we have, is it working fine? Because I see the camera is moving around. Is it okay? Okay.
Yeah, it's working.
Great.
We hear you.
Okay. No, just to be sure the connection was functioning. Today, as I said, there were a few instances where we had the chance to work as Parliament to support the social economy. And in fact, I was also the shadow rapporteur of the European Social Fund Plus. So I worked on many issues regarding the social fund that were important for the social economy. And the European Union has presented the Social Economy Action Plan together with the Commissioner Schmidt. So in fact, we are moving towards more understanding and more horizontal action on social economy, which, as you know, is not at the same level of development in all the member states. So we need to look at understanding. We need to have norms that support social economy. We need to have funding. and so I think that the action plan needs to be implemented at national level, but also will need some more resources at European level. So to be frank, I think it will be very important to support any ambition on the social economy, that we support the continuation of what has been done in this mandate in terms of resources. This means that we need to continue with instruments of common funding, so of common debt at European level, such as the Next Generation EU. I think this will be crucial to have enough resources also to support the development of the social economy model, also in parts of the European Union where it's not well developed, and also to disseminate the best practices that we have in some countries. I think that at the moment still too many instruments of
We've lost the connection with Mr. Benifei. He was in the middle of his sentence. We want to know more.
It's a metaphor for the collapse of Western democracy.
It's very dark.
You're not very sexy from the UK.
Okay. Okay. Also, it's not a real conference if you don't have a technical issue. At least one. You need to have one.
Yeah. So we solved. I'm back. So there was a technical
Welcome back.
issue. Yes. So I was saying that the action plan needs also European resources. So I was saying that the political discussion around the continuation of the Next Generation EU is crucial for this to happen, because we cannot be naive. I don't like to be rhetorical. If we just say that the new European budgets will support social economy because we will all fight for that, we are delusional, because the reality is that there are other priorities today that will absorb a huge amount of the resources. So if we do not have an enlarged budget through the continuation of the Next Generation EU, we can say a lot of good things, but we will not have the money for that. So I think this political issue needs to be taken into account. And this is part also of the next European elections discussion. But then what can we do for the future, especially looking at the social economy education? I think that resources will be crucial, as I said, also to implement pilot projects in the budgets. I mentioned the European Social Fund, where we increase the capacity building resources. So this is important also for social economy education to be used in this direction. But I think that also for the future, we need to focus on enlarging the competence of the European Union on education, so that we can have more curriculum in our schools to learn about the social economy, because we do not do that today. We also do not do any real European civic education or education to sustainability. So I think that we need to bring that back directly to the school curricula. And this needs to be done through a strengthening of the competences of the European Union, because I don't think we can only resort, which it needs to be done. It's what I was saying before, to the learning by workers and new entrepreneurs, who needs to be, they need to be supported, obviously, also with resources for new cooperative and social economy startups. But we need to go back to the roots. We need to change our educational system, and this needs to be done through more European-wide competences. So to conclude, I think that in the end, this discussion is under a larger canvas of political ambition to give more capacity to the European Union to deliver on objectives, in this case, educational and training and learning objectives that are linked to the social economy. If we do not look at that also from the political perspective, I'm not sure we will solve it more than just supporting a bit what we are already doing, which is already something. I explained we have been doing important things in this mandate, but I think we need a leap forward, which needs to be put into a larger political context. I hope I gave you a few ideas. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can stay for a much longer time today, but I hope I gave you a good input anyway, even if from afar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benifei. That's exactly what we wanted. This is true. This is what we want to hear. Political ambitions, especially in light with the European elections are coming up. I think this is exactly what we need. It also means that a lot has still to be done, but very hopeful. So thank you very much. And if you can stay a bit longer, it would be amazing. If not, it's okay. You're very busy. So thank you very much for coming. And I'm going to jump on what you said, the political ambition. And I'm gonna jump to Maria Daskalaki. I think the political ambition is not just at national government, not just at European level. I think we can also talk about like ambitions, like political ambitions at university level. And so, yeah, it seems that a lot needs to be changed at university level.
Indeed.
You often talk about, in your research, about reorganizing education, universities and practices differently. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how is that important?
Sure, yes. I think we had a great point made by George and I speak at Benefit who actually brought about this idea of political decision, I think. And I think George started saying that, to have change in social economy education, we need to just change the way we conceptualize the economy. And I think, to be able to have social economy education, I think is probably a need to conceptualize the university differently, or actually just maybe go back to or reclaim the university from what has actually become. We've seen, I think, increasingly the last few years, with the interlocking crisis, the university has been also affected by this crisis, particularly in terms of democratic governance of universities, in terms of structures and processes, but also in terms of the knowledges and the epistemologies we employ and the way that knowledge is shared and created. So I think, it's quite important to start thinking differently about the university and how we both put forward epistemologies, how we frame the world, how we understand the world, but also in terms of George talked about changing the lyrics, it's probably changing the language we use when we engage with education in general. I think it's quite important to think also about university and, where the university is in terms of, the context, thinking about the university, for example, in many European countries, or talking where I'm based in the UK, education is not free, so it's commercialized, it's corporatized. We've had recent movements, for example, anti-science movements, populist movements, distrust in public institutions growing, with right-wing governments closing down departments, gender studies departments being closing. So you start thinking about when this happens across Europe or across the world. We're here talking about social education, social economy education, and what context, therefore, and that's the question. Are we going to be introducing all these alternative values when the university is becoming more and more corporatized, and neoliberalism clearly affects the structures, the processes, and the knowledges that we put forward? So I think this project has made a positive first step to integrate, like George said, this idea of skills, values, and methods through which we can at least start trying to address the crisis of the university and start seeing a university that is becoming or can become a platform for a change in social economy education that we envisage.
And then quick follow-up then. So do you think it's impossible to transform the social economy education without transforming as well the institutional context? Are they two fully separate? Or
the quick answer is, of course not. we can't transform, obviously, the social economy education without transforming the institutions in which it is embedded. And I think it's multi-leveled as well, because obviously we're not talking about one institutional context, we're talking about many institutional contexts, because it's different institutional educational environments, universities, and some of them would be harder to change. Obviously, I'm not an institutional theorist, but I understand that bringing about institutional transformation takes time and a lot of resistance from various forces. So I think what we can do meanwhile, besides collective action that George talks about, which slowly be bringing about this institutional change that we envisage, is possibly thinking about finding spaces within the universities we're working for resistance and for doing things differently. And I think this will, as I said before, start with alternative epistemologies, the way we conceptualize the world, the languages, the lyrics we use to talk to our students, and the way we study and research phenomena. Also in terms of the curricula, the contents, what we study, what are these values that we talked a lot about today, and the skills that are necessary for this change to occur. I think also quite important is finding a way of linking the university or re-embedding or embedding the university within communities, embedding university within the social world. I mean, it's just too remote what we're doing in university. So I think we have to find ways of re-embedding or at least embedding the university within communities again. And I think finally, if it's the last point, I would like to mention we should intensify our efforts to democratize and decolonize the university.
Thank you very much. I really liked everything you just said. But it really speaks to when you said finding spaces with a university and fighting for resistance, and it just gives a very active role instead of just wait. We're not waiting for social economy education to change, but it gives a very active role. So thank you very much. I'm gonna turn to you. So we've talked about university, we talked about the EU level as well, but I wanted to hear a bit about your own experience because you are a teacher of economics, and I wanted to hear a bit your inputs about. So the first question was what our ambition, what the social economy education should look like, and then maybe you can discuss a bit your experiment that you created with your students involving kids and why it was important for you to involve them. Lots of questions. I'm sorry. I'm just
it is the time now.
throwing them to you like this.
Thank you. I'm going to all that question and also the question that Professor Georgios said to me later. I am a person with a small experience because I am a young person from a small city, in a small high school, in a small region from Spain. So I think this is one of the characteristics that social economy has, no? The contact with the local and the contact with in the Slido I read something like connect with the need of the local the local wherever you live, no? So it's difficult to generalize process that work in one place and may not work in another one, precisely because of the particularities of each region. What makes the economy for me more interesting. No, nowadays we are governed by powers that regulate our taste, our how we dress, how we move, what we eat. So that make us distance ourselves from the community. So this is one of the characteristics that social economy education should have. No? One that generates identity and generates processes of change where you are. No? I think commitment is essential. Obviously, this cannot forget the global perspective, which unites us here today, no? And which makes the world in which we live an interesting and diverse, with diversity, a plural space. I think everyone can contribute from their own experience that have some important challenge with the finance. The social economy offers or should offer a possible way out that respond to these challenges of this century, because our present and our future depend on us. So let me explain. If we continue to teach in our school and in our university an economy centered on money, on success, on business management without any ethical purpose, the dominant economy theories, in short, we will be leading our students to a cliff where very few will be able to jump to the other side. No? So I don't just mean showing the social perspective of all of this, no? Which is already being done in some spaces, but making it the transversal one in everything that is done, no? With the conviction that this is the only way to live in an habitable world in the coming years. So by teaching economics from a social perspective, or at least by not ignoring or eliminating from the gates all the heterodox currents that place ecology, feminism, migration, inequality, we will be preparing our students in a better way to face these challenges at the present and the near future. And finally, if there is one important feature of the social economy, is the radicalism of human dignity and democratic participation. In this education, democracy and processes of student involvement must take precedence. So we are not mere spectators, but the protagonist of learning. And about my small experience, or always small experience with my class involving currency, a social currency in my high school. When I started to design my master's degree project, I thought of something with a social focus and an active methodology. No? That I think this is resume very well the social economy. And I have learned a lot by participation in youth organizations like the Spanish Youth Council or European Youth Forum, and in youth association, that I cannot conceive of a strategy that tries to contribute to education that don't involve students. I think this radicalism important. So when you involve students, they feel part of the teaching process, and I think the learning is much greater. So money, in this case, the coins, the currency, is a way to achieve a goal, no? So it cannot and should not be the end of the economy. And this is the idea that I wanted to transmit to my students. No? Social currency are capable of bringing excluded group or those with little economic capacity into the economy. So social currency show that we are all capable of contributing to the society. And they work very well in a small community, and this is one of their characteristics. I thought that it would be great to circulate one currency in the educational community of between more schools, maybe offering the possibility of reducing some cost, and especially using it as a pedagogical tool about economy and its meaning. No? So the creation and the design of this currency, this social currency, was done by my students, and so it makes sense, the youth participation in their environment, in the community, so important for our work that I mentioned before. No? And I think I work with people that are in their 17, 18, and they are developing their skills and their competence. And they have the capacity of making serious question about the world they see. No? So we need to stay there in the start of their professional careers. We have to be there offering possible solution in the social economy, helping answer some of that question or introducing some new question. No? Social education is not only in the economic field. No? I agree with you, but in other like science, technology, or music, no? the innovation, I think it's very important. If we won't leave anyone behind, I think it's really important. We need focus economy, social education before higher education also, because not everyone has the opportunity to study that in a university, and not even with this perspective. So I think it's very important not leave anyone behind that it not have the opportunity to study and to stay here or to stay in a university and to make questions like that. We need to stay just with them, because if we don't stay, we are not a social economic education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you actually anticipated my started no, it's okay. My second set of questions was which was more like what would be the first steps then? Because now we discussed what our ambitions, what we envision, what we want to go, and now my second set of questions is like, okay, we've established these goals. What for you would be the first step? Mr. Benifei answered his part of the questions as well, post European elections. But now I want to ask you. I'm going to start with you, Georgios. So according to you, what would be the first step for a coordinated approach to social economy education? Doesn't have to be at European level, it just can be at other different levels, but what would be your absolute first step that you would take? Yeah, hard question. I'm asking hard questions. It's the last panel of the day.
Yeah, and I think that these questions can be open to the audience also, because we can have now a conversation. Okay, I will come back to the master program, and I want to make you imagine something that it's not deliverable now in Europe. Think about a master program that is inter-institutional. Many universities in all Europe, and in each country, in every, I don't know, prefecture that there is a university, have a common program that everybody in these regions taught. What does that mean? That means that we have permanent pan-European exchange of experiences and good practices or bad practices. Maybe the latter is more crucial. The bad practices, I think. And I think that this is very vital for the flourish of social economy, and could be the first step. Yes, why not? Because we don't have programs like this. We have programs standalone in each university, have their own audience, and maybe some of them, okay, the attendance is from all the world, but it's not that kind of thing that I now shared with you. So the first step, I think, that could be the establishment of such an inter-institutional pan-European master program.
Thank you very much. Maria, do you
Yes. I think it's interesting because you start sort of talking about inter-university collaboration, and it's interesting to think about one of the words that came up on the Slido when we asked you guys, is that it's interdisciplinary or transdisciplinarity, and I think it's just go beyond collaboration across institutions, but also across disciplines and the way we started seeing. We most of us here, some of us here belong to the business school or parts of the business school, and we're some of us quite ashamed to say it, or at least started thinking that, particularly in some parts of Europe, or we have had students in our class who've never heard of cooperative forms of organizing, and they've reached the state of doing master's degrees. So that's obviously something that has to change, right? Being able to make aware or communities and citizens, and you talk about citizenship, about these alternative forms of organizing is quite important. But I think I want to go back to what we were discussing before in terms of the social economy plan. I think it's positive what we've heard before in the first session, but also from Mr. Benifer, we actually talked about the need to take the plan now and put it into action. And I think looking closely at countries and institutional contexts that are finding it hard to introduce social economy, education, or challenging, I think what we need to do is more concrete steps from European Union level as to how some of these recommendations and plans will be taken into the local level, and how and what's the plan from the centre with the resources that is already at hand to be able to handle and deal with this kind of barriers, going back to the institutional barriers that some countries may have in the introduction, growth and transformation of social economy education. So that's the first thought, or the first step. I would think it's important. I think the other one, we talked a lot about best practices being disseminated, and I think we need to sort of find ways of creating these collaborative platforms. I think what the previous panelists also suggested, I think is quite important to find these platforms somewhat. And this program or these similar programs may be these platforms for collaboration, where you share or co-create knowledge for the social economy. I think we need more of those. For example, we can have like social economy residence programs that will be running and funding and resourced both at the local level, university level, as well as institutional level by different associations. And I think another is also thinking about, again, communities and local communities. I think you talked about local. It's quite important to think about the first step, about how we bring transformation within communities, because, we heard about political motivation being behind the reinforcement and the support of a social economy plan for Europe. We also need to be aware and remain vigilant into different forces of appropriation of social and solidarity economy values. And I would just like to note here the importance of remaining faithful into the transformative vision of social solidarity economy and its political revolution, clearly for some utopian objectives. So, yeah, thank you.
You are creating perfect transitions, because I can perfectly flow from one person to another, doing the job for me. That's perfect. But you talked about institutional barriers, and you gave concrete examples, so that's very insightful. And I'm gonna turn to you, Eduardo. I'm going to ask you the same question. To you, what would be the first step for a more coordinated approach? I think you slightly mentioned it in your first intervention, but
please go ahead.
Yes, okay. At the same way, I believe that there are many people who are sensitive to the social economy, but for lack of material do not apply in their classes or even in their life choices. No, well, it's important would be to connect the teacher or the professor sensitive to social education to create materials for the moment, no, like this event. And training is essential. For example, in the field of finance, if educational proposal, educational program, scholarship come from the hand of the powerful banks, for example, with a strong economic interest, it is impossible to make progress in social economy. So that's why we need a strong collaborative networks that connect people who are already doing things. The network is, I think, the main power. Group of teachers, students. I know that it's being done, but at least in my country, and I think that it's the way forward. The other thing is giving young people a leading role and providing spaces where they can create, where they can spend time, where they can talk, where they can learn, have fun, like the people grow in the Slido. It's extremely important. If you allow me, I'm going to be proud about my group of Jóvenes por Fiare. There are 6-7 people that they are a student or a student a few years ago that are here concerning about social education. So why? Because the leading it's in the young people. It's easier if young people connect with another young people, and I think this is a really important initiative. We start from the youth, creating a culture of social economy with democracy, with all the things that we have spoke today. As I said before, from local to global is easier. From the local to the global, to the national, to international. Start with people close to you and join a network that offers you resources to use and increase your awareness of the need to work for a better world. Finally, I think it would be a good idea to establish a network of centers of social economy or something like that, and to connect also secondary school with university and higher education. I think we have a lack in that. We are very disconnected, and it is not fine for the social economy. The purpose of that groups, of that network, is not to be very cool or to work very well. No, I think it's to offer to people a possibility to do things differently, which is real, which is not an utopia. It's real. And I would like to end with a quote from Pedro Casaldaliga, a Spanish missionary and poet, who said that it is late, but it is all the time we have to make the future. So thank you.
Well, I guess the conclusion is just we need to start earlier then. No, but this is true that you basically gave the example that we need to start earlier, whether it is in school with your students and giving them like this first-hand experience before university, or through like a network, or created spaces. Like we shouldn't wait basically university, and like we need to create these links and bridges between all the level to really like create and foster like this energy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have like 5 minutes for like questions from? I'm trying to catch up with the. No, but we're fine. We're on time. So we have some time for some questions, if there are any.
Or answers.
Or answers.
The first steps. What's the
Yeah, the first steps. Give us your answers.
Please answer. No more questions.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I thought it was again really on point and very inspiring, and everything said is like perfect. One other aspect I would say though, from a university level, is that, and I guess organizationally, is that I think sometimes we also have this kind of dynamic where we think, well, it's either, social economy or it's not. But one thing I really like about the value creation framework, and I say this from a very radical counter-hegemonic point, is that, the way capitalism has spread is exactly by mobilizing itself, right? I mean, how they teach is not saying we have to start a capitalist organization. Any and everything is an opportunity for profit, for privatization, for marketization. And I think it's important that we also have this mindset about every opportunity is a point for socialization, is a point for creating something different. So, for instance, they haven't fired me yet, and I hope they don't. Otherwise, I have to go live with George, but in Leicester. But we have a new VC coming, supposedly, and the first thing that we tried to say is maybe we don't need a VC, we don't need an executive, right? Why don't we try to run like that? Are we going to turn the university into a social economy commune tomorrow? No. But if we can start by a process of showing our students, we're not just teaching this, we truly believe we don't need CEOs. We truly believe that they are not only unethical, but they make our processes worse. We make worse decisions. And I would say that we are at a point that when you look at places like universities, and I think this is something that Maria said, it's not from a point of ideology or ethics even we're arguing. We're like, look at the universities we work at, right? They're all poorly run. They're all in debt. They're all falling apart. So even if you don't agree, we're saying that this isn't a new way. So I think one of the things we need to do is maybe be, I don't want to go too much into entryism, but I do think that we need to be, more opportunistic without being opportunist. And I think that really means that we look at very similar, like two things, that everything is an opportunity for socialization. Every moment, every place we work, everything that we do is an opportunity for exploring how we can create social value. And by doing that, the local to global starts to change because we mobilize it at every moment that we can.
Any other question, comments, answers? No. Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. It was our last panel of the day, and this is the closing of the conference at C4Cs. Thank you for attending. I believe this was recorded, so
Last words from Effie.
I'm giving the last words to Effie.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Matilda. Thank you once again. You've been absolutely fantastic today. Thank you very much for your inputs, for your enthusiasm, for your commitment. And well, I wrote some takeaways, and maybe we can remind ourselves about the key messages. I think it will be easy to write also a short kind of takeaways message so that everybody can share. Very, very important points. So I took note of the need to increase attention to social economy and the visibility of the ventures and the actions and the activities. I also took note to make it attractive and that it is not the second option. It might be the new normal approach, right? The new mainstream approach. So, visualize it and you will do it. We will do it. Diversity also is richness. That's another point that I took as quite fantastic to work on. And diversity in terms of resources, multidisciplinarity, actors, perspectives, good case examples, geographical scope, go beyond Europe. We have a lot to learn from outside Europe, I might say, besides among ourselves. The concept of citizenship, active citizenship, don't node on agreed values, but, think about how to practice those values, and practicing those values, you might get helped by the concept of active citizenship. So this is what we need. It's not a concept to promote, but it's something that we need now So that's the right way to go forward for practicing the values that we have. Be pragmatic. Make easier social economy, make it easier for people to engage more, be more open, even to mainstream, dimensions and elements. There is political ambition. This is also, it's always an encouragement, right? But of course, we have to find the money and all that. We have also to build European capacity. And the role of universities is very important, but it's not the leading actor. It shouldn't be. We all need to be the leading actors, and I definitely like the last point about putting the youth in the leading role, because you have the fresh ideas, right? I mean, we are locked up in the universities and the professors and lecturing and talking and blah, blah, blah and all that. So you have the fresh ideas. Please come in and conquer us. I also like the point made that the future depends on us, right? It's not something that somebody else needs to do. So that's in the heart of it all. The other thing is that the next steps, the first steps, of course, it always comes back, think global but act local. This always has the value in social economy, but not only, I might say. The collaborative networks that needs to be built, not only inside social economy, but also outside social economy. And I am going to close with, an encouraging little phrases, right? So we need to make the next steps. So we need to hold hands, leave no one behind. And because empathy is all that we need, my friend. And before closing, I wouldn't like this event to close without, giving our heartfelt gratitude to all the partners of the project, besides all of you that attended today. And of course, most of the times we say these are the partners. So Aristotle, UNIBO, Barcelona, and whatever. But these are not the partners. The partners are people, right? It's not human capital, it's human relations. So I would urge you to look at the screen for 1 second and give a huge applause to all the names in there.
That was it. Thank you all for coming. For now.
There's not enough love to go round. Now half the world hates the other half, and half the world has all the food, and half the world lies down and quietly starves, 'cause there's not enough love to go round. And sympathy is what we need, my friend. And sympathy is what we need. And sympathy is what we need, my friend. 'Cause there's not enough love to go round. No, there's not enough love to go round. You know it's a shame when a woman spends all her time alone. When I am perfectly willing to give her everything she needs. I don't care about her past. I don't care what she's been through. I just wanna fill one night with good love, baby. That's all I wanna do. So baby, if you got that feeling, well, I wanna give you that midnight healing. You know what I'm talking about, yeah. Just turn the lights down low. Come right on over here to me. I know you don't want no commitments, baby. I just wanna set your body free. And I don't care what's going on in the night outside my door. I just wanna get your head right, baby. Give you all the love I got for sure. So baby, if you've got that feeling, you know I wanna give you that midnight healing. Oh, I just wanna make love to you all night long. Midnight healing, baby. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Light me up a cigarette, baby.